That'd be cool. Anyways, we are now live on YouTube. We're live on YouTube, everybody. yeah. I see. Yeah, I'm an angel of people's nightmares. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Babality.
It's illegal for you to ask me that.
You done messed up, Aaron!
All right. Hold that. What? All right. Is that the Gene that was on Mezzo Live? Bros got a screw loose. Gene? Who's Gene? I don't know who's Gene. Who is Gene? Oh, Gene requested up. Okay. Hey, Gene. How's it going?
Hello.
Hey.
Oh my goodness. What? Hello.
Hey. What you got for us?
I need to get. One second. Okay. Right. You embarrassed me a lot last time.
Sounds good.
Oh.
Let's see here. If anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Billy Jean. I believe Mezzo clipped him last night. Oh, well. Not gonna be clipping him today. My man just got blocked. Apparently I embarrassed him. I honestly don't remember having a conversation with him. I sincerely don't. What? No idea what's going on here. He's been drinking. All right. Okay. You blocked him, right? Yeah. It wasn't necessarily me. It was one of the mods. One of the mods did. I didn't even know that he was in here. But yeah. Anyways, if you're over on YouTube, welcome in. Looking for people who have evidence that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago as presented by the New Testament. I'd like to get right into it if you can. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I'd love to see it. Love to hear it, I guess. Love to see it, hear it, whatever. Feel it. Whatever that means.
No one knows what it means, but it's provocative. It gets the people going.
All right. Caroline Sunshine says, where are all the Christians? I came here to enjoy some fireworks. Well,
Nice.
unfortunately, they're running scared right now. I don't know why. I have no idea. But over there on YouTube, if you want to request up, not a problem. Here, I'll go ahead and put in a link there. Just scroll up a little bit. You'll be able to get that link. That it will take you over to TikTok. And TikTok is how I take guests. So request up, and we'll have a conversation. Not a problem at all. Let's see. Use people like Philo more that... Wait, what? What is Mario saying? Use people like Philo more that did not mention Jesus as he would not have missed Jesus. Are you saying that he should have mentioned him? Is that what you're saying? You guys remember that time Moses unalived a guy and buried him in the sand? Yeah, everybody just kind of looks past that part. The Naz says, can someone fill me in on what he did? I know he left crazy messages, but what did he do to get blocked? Yeah, he was just creating a hostile environment for people in the space. And then he comes back and gets mad that he got blocked by me and goes on a tirade about how I'm unsafe. What the fuck are you talking about? You made a channel specifically for like porn. like in Discord at least. Like what are you doing? I'm unsafe? The fuck are you talking about? Anyways. Yeah, he was definitely doing right. Yeah. Let's see. That's what she wanted to state. Yeah, he wasn't here today. No, he can't be here today. He got blocked. Anyways, if you're over on TikTok, if you're on TikTok, request up, the request button should be right there, down there. If you're on YouTube, click the link that is in the chat. That's how I take guests. Here, look. Do I have to remind you guys? Here, look. All right. Above my head is going to be a Bible verse. All right. It's 1 Peter 3:15. All right. Let me read it to you for those of you who can't read, apparently. Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect. Respect. 1 Peter 3:15. If you're a Bible-believing Christian, that verse tells you that you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you, depending on the translation. But do it respectfully. Do it in a nice way. Do it in a kind way. Because you don't want to let God down. Because if you let God down, when God gets sad, he unalives a puppy. Twice. Same puppy. My bad. My bad. Look it up. It's in the book of Ezekiel. As you guys know, I don't make the rules. I don't break the rules. Except when I break them. Sometimes I break the rules. But come on. If you don't come up here and give me evidence for Jesus or Paul existing 2,000 years ago, Jesus is going to look at you and say, depart from me, I never knew you, whenever you pass away. Because you didn't take your time. You didn't take a little bit of time out of your busy-ass schedule to talk to the TikTok cowboy, the YouTube cowboy, to give him evidence that Jesus and Paul actually did exist. Sad. It's sad, really. Kind of pathetic. Think about it. So, in the words of the late, great Scorpion,
Get over here!
that's all I'm saying. All right. You defeated all the Christians? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think I did. Kanye said he's Jesus. Boom. Cooked. You have drained all the Christians, none left anymore. Surely not. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I understand that there's probably some Christians who are like, I'm never going back over there. I got thoroughly barbecued over there. But I don't know. I feel like there's someone out there who's got evidence for Jesus and Paul. Someone's got evidence for Jesus and Paul. Nick Nitro says, I bet your favorite movie is Brokeback Mountain. Fun fact, I've never seen that movie. Obviously I know of it. I think I've seen maybe clips or something. But maybe or something like that. I don't know. But I actually haven't seen the movie. Believe it or not. Now I got to unfollow. I've just never seen it. It's not that it's not that I'm avoiding it. I don't like dramas. It looks sad. It looks like a sad movie. It just looks sad. I don't want to cry. I like comedies. I like comedies where I get to laugh. Those are fun. Straight up, the only times that I've like cried in movies over the last like decade has been in like maybe some kind of cartoon movie or something designed to also be funny, but it's like animated for like the family, and I'm just watching it because family. I don't really watch dramas. Can't call me TNT because I don't know drama. It's just two dudes camping. I mean, I know of that. I know that it's like a gay flick, but like I know it's a good movie. I know it's a good film. I thought it won like Academy Awards, didn't it? Didn't it win Academy Awards? I just haven't seen it. Oh, it's a cheating flick. Oh, okay. Well, that's fun. Like I no. I just haven't seen it. I'm sorry. Also, I haven't seen The Lake House or The Notebook. If that makes up for it in any way. Oh God. All right. Tenting. It won 3 Oscars. God damn. Twilight. I did not see the first Twilight. I saw like the end of it. I saw like the last one or something. And it was like intense. And then all of a sudden wasn't. And just gaslit you. All right. Super chat over there. We got Anita. Oh. I was like, Dyson? I was like, what is that? But no, okay. Oh my gosh. Anita, and then the last name is spelled Dickin and then looks like as. Sent $1.99, said, depart from me, or department from me, I guess. Depart from me. I never knew you, and then queef. There was a lot going on in that comment, guys. Jesus Christ. All right, request up. If you got evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Trevor Chess says, ever since my wife and I had kids, literally every movie makes us cry. Yeah, I mean, if it has anything to do with kids, like I'm just bawling. It's crazy. Fun fact, skeptic, I've never seen that movie either. Not because of the fact that I don't have a sense of humor, but mostly because of the fact that I don't like Jonah Hill. I have only been able to stomach Jonah Hill in 2 movies. And even then, it was pushing it. One of them was fine because he wasn't like the main character. All right, I cried during Toy Story 3. Oh, yeah. 21 Jump Street was one of them, yes. You don't get out much, do you, Darren? No, not really. Who's Jonah Hill? Oh, my gosh. And there's the other one, Keith. You got it. Boom. Wow. That was picked real fast. Oh, yeah. He might beat you up with the jujitsu or whatever he does. Is that... Wait for me. Dude, where are the Christians? I don't know. Is this your mudroom? Isn't a mudroom like where you put your shoes or something? Okay. I haven't seen Bros or anything. When it came out in theaters, I was busy doing something. But I'd watch Bros. Bros doesn't sound like a bad movie. It's a rom-com. What's going on? Cole Gilmore.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, what you got, man?
I just think that people such as Tacitus, Pliny the Younger, Josephus corroborate that Jesus existed. I think when we look at the tomb and how easy it would have been to disprove Christianity by the Pharisees.
By the Pharisees? What do you mean?
The people of that time, the Jews, the religious leaders, I think all they had to say was, Jesus isn't even a person. We saw him crucified. People corroborate that. Let's see what else. Yeah, we can start with there, and then we'll go from there.
We'll actually work backwards. Who said that they saw him crucified?
Well, you have Pliny the Younger, who was not a Christian.
Pliny the Younger wasn't alive.
Yeah, he was definitely later, but I think
so
that
who
things
said that
don't
they
just-
saw him crucified?
We don't have exactly people.
So no one said I saw him crucified?
Yeah, we can go with that.
All right, so there we go. We'll go ahead and mark that one down. Pharisees. So Pharisees, are you talking like at the time or something?
Yes, at the time.
Well, if Jesus never existed, then why would you expect a Pharisee to say anything about it?
Because it doesn't make sense.
What doesn't make sense?
Like, because
do
there's
people generally walk around saying this person doesn't exist right now?
No, but in oral culture, things would have been passed down, and it would have been super easy to.
Where's
just
your
see.
evidence that anybody had a story of it back then?
There isn't a
Because
story
it's
of
oral-
that.
yeah.
There isn't a story that he didn't exist because he did
Right.
exist.
Where's the story that he did exist that is passed orally in the 30s?
Well, we see Paul in 1 Corinthians, and I know
Okay.
we can get to Paul later, but we see him even if it wasn't Paul writing in 1 Corinthians, many scholars believe that I forget the actual verse that was in there, but a creed claiming that Jesus was God and that he rose from the dead, then scholars can trace that back to within a few years of the resurrection.
Yeah. Let's see. So have you ever actually looked into that at all? Like ever?
Very briefly, I actually came across it
Okay.
a couple
So-
weeks ago. So
Yeah.
let me.
so
let me
this
get
is
it, 1
this is
Corinthians.
something that explains. Let's see here. This is on Bart Ehrman's. This is his actual. This is the leading, at least agnostic scholar here on this, for the 1 Corinthians Creed. This is on his blog. This is a quote from his blog here. And we'll go ahead. So a Christian said, let's see here. I don't think I've ever seen you explain how the tradition of the appearances by Jesus to the 12 in 1 Corinthians 15:5 came to be circulated in a creed that most scholars date to within 6 years of Jesus' death, and that the 12 themselves presumably used. So he ends up saying, I've talked about it a bit, mainly to say I have no idea how someone can possibly come up with a view that this was circulating 6 years after Jesus' death. What are the grounds for that? It's really an apologetic claim more than anything else. All we know is that this was a creed that Paul preached to the Corinthians at some point. In any event, there is zero evidence that the 12 used this creed. And then he talks about something else about it, another part of his blog or his book. Someone said, your conclusion that 1 Corinthians 15:3-5 is not a very early creed dated to within 6 years of Jesus' death seems an outlier position based on what I've read. Is there any chance you could do a post dedicated to it? And then he ends up saying, depends on who you read. If it's a conservative evangelical apologist, yes. It will sound like this is the mainline view. But what is the evidence? Among scholars I personally know, except for evangelicals, I don't know anyone who thinks this at all. And for good reason. Paul never says he got the creed from Peter and James 3 years after his conversion, doesn't even suggest it. People like this, people just make this stuff up. So again, no. This is not actually a leading thing. This is just like a Christian claim. They're just pulling it out of their ass. I'd also like to point out that 1 Corinthians, we don't have any way to date that to the middle of the first century because the only way that we even get Paul's existence itself is based on church tradition, and Paul doesn't get mentioned by the church until the 2nd century. So what we end up with is the first iterations of Paul's letters being published in 144 by a man named Marcion. And in those versions, I can actually pull up the reconstruction of that from scholar Dr. Jason Badoon. You can also check some other scholars as well if you like for that. But within the reconstructions of it, based off of what Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen said, the entirety of chapter 15 or like at the very beginning, is just this. It says, now I remind you, colleagues, the proclamation that I proclaimed to you, that Christ died and was entombed and has been awoken on the 3rd day, so we declare and so you believed. I mean, there's no creed there. The creed is just about completely missing there. So while he's talking about how, like, there's a story of a gospel, that's the earliest version of it in 144. We don't have any mention of it or anything like that prior to the middle of the 2nd century.
Okay, does you using an agnostic/atheist scholar I believe Bart Ehrman used to be Christian. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
I have no idea.
I do believe he was, and then he left the faith.
Okay.
And so to me, that almost seems like somebody which is out to disprove Christianity and would be looking
I don't give a shit.
for an
What's your
account.
evidence that it was from that time period?
There's scholars that say it. That's your argument.
Sweet.
Was that
So
the
again,
Romans say.
all I was saying was that Ehrman says there's no evidence. I'd like to hear the evidence that you present.
Okay, can we also go?
No.
Can we look
So
at?
go ahead and give the evidence for how you know, or how. Look at what your scholars say. What scholars for Christianity give evidence that that creed was going around in the middle of the first century? What evidence do we have of that?
Well, but you could look at 1 Corinthians being dated
So-
to about 50 AD.
Okay, and how do they date it to 50?
That's a good question. I actually do not know.
All right. Would you like to know?
But I'm just saying, yeah, go ahead. Yes, I would.
It's Acts. They just dated based on Acts because there's nothing in the Pauline epistles that actually dates them to the first century. In fact, there's actually pieces of the Pauline epistles that date them to other centuries. Paul never existed. Paul's not a person who was writing, at least not the New Testament version. The New Testament presents Paul as this person who's writing in the middle of the first century, but there are anachronisms within his text that are things from the first century BCE, some things from the second century. There's nothing that dates him to the first century. Nothing.
Well, also because Paul was also using eyewitness evidence from, I believe, Luke and Acts.
Eyewitness evidence wouldn't be from Luke. Luke is a
Or
doctor
Luke,
that
no, but
travels with
Luke's
Paul.
eyewitness was from the other. Luke went and found eyewitnesses, and
No, he never says that, and also never says that it's written by Luke.
Acts was written by Luke and Paul.
It doesn't. No, not at all. That doesn't even make any sense. But no, where in Acts does it say it's written by Luke or Paul?
I'm sorry, Peter. I'm sorry.
You're going even further. Where does it say it's written by Peter? Also, Acts explicitly says in Acts 4:13 that Peter can't write. So I don't know what you're talking about there.
Let me go through this. I'm sorry. I'm trying to flip to Acts right now.
I can bring it up for you if you like.
Yeah,
You have a
can.
particular
That's fine.
version that you read?
I'm looking through Acts.
No, a
I
particular
could have been
version.
wrong on Luke. I
Like-
just saw where it said Peter addresses the crowd and thought that it might have been Peter saying that. Can we go?
Well,
to
I mean,
the-
in the Harry Potter books, it talks about how Ron says things. That doesn't mean that Ron wrote the book.
Wait, can we go off of that?
I mean,
for a
you
second and
acknowledge
go
that,
to the
right?
disciples?
Like you acknowledge that just because a character in a book says something, that doesn't mean that that character wrote the book or that the person writing the book talked to the character to figure this out, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I do 100%.
All right. So, what's your next point? Because
we
I
go
mean,
to the
technically, we were on the
disciples?
Pharisees, but
can we go to the disciples
what about 'em?
and talk about the change from how they left Jesus at the cross and then
Who?
came back and were tortured for their death?
Oh, no, we don't have any evidence whatsoever the disciples ever lived. There's no mention of them outside of Christianity once. There's 13 different disciples mentioned in the New Testament. Not a single one of them is mentioned outside of Christianity. I'd also like to point out that Paul is never mentioned outside of Christianity either. And not a single one of the disciples or Paul is mentioned until the middle of the 2nd century by Christianity. And there's not a single person who ever writes and says they personally know Paul or personally knew the disciples, any of them. You're off the app and I can't hear you.
All right, so this, I just quick Google search, and it said that Josephus did mention James and that he was executed.
That is not a disciple.
Yes, but that's somebody who is around Jesus.
Cool. If you read the rest of that paragraph, it'll tell you that is Jesus, the son of Damnius, who becomes high priest in the early 60s.
Okay, we see Tacitus mentioning that Christians, just in general, not disciples, are being killed for the faith, which does not prove that
Cool.
anybody
Are you aware
existed.
that he actually said the word Christians? You can actually look this up. I can actually show you the manuscript from the 11th century, which is the earliest thing that we have. If you'd like, I'll go ahead and pull this up. This is the word Christians. I'll go ahead and pull this up here. Okay. This is the word Christians in the earliest manuscript that we have. This is the word it gets translated as Christians, at least. Do you see this little gap in the middle of the word?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's because this right here is an I. It looks like a Y in the word crisis. Here's the I in Tiberius. Here's the E in Tiberius. This used to be an E. So this word here was Christians, which is why in the margins they actually had to put the word Christians over to the side later on with a more modern I. because of the fact that it did not say Christians initially. It said Christians. This is also, by the way, the same thing that the Christians call themselves in the earliest codex for the New Testament, called Codex Sinaiticus. Justin Martyr uses the term Christians, and Marcion would have used the word Christians as well, saying as he saw Jesus as Christ, not Christ. But nevertheless, we see an inscription over in Rome that's written in Latin that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE that says the word Christians. So potentially before the supposed birth of Jesus, we already have the religion. So no, it was not based on Jesus whatsoever. So when he mentions Christians, he is mentioning a group that we can see goes back pretty far, further than when at least further than when the Christians in Acts say that they were first called Christians, which was in the 50s in Antioch. So, I mean, we can tell that they're just the story that's presented by the New Testament is not a real story. It is like a mythology, like that tries to explain their origin story, but it's not a real story.
I just don't see how you can come to that conclusion.
I just showed you. I showed you the actual manuscript.
I know. I'm just about to say you have a very good argument, but I just don't think.
So you don't see how I can come to that conclusion with a very good argument? That doesn't make any sense. So there's two contradictory claims.
I know. I just don't think that with all the evidence and with the people
like what?
that we have,
the evidence that we've gone through so far has not been good. Like what you did was you said, "Oh, hey, we have people." You said the Pharisees would have said no, and I said, "Okay, well, why would they have said no?" You said because people were going around telling a story. In other words, oral history, which intrinsically just because of itself and its very nature, we do not have any evidence of oral tradition. That's not how that works. Oral tradition is not something that we can really track unless somebody says this is something that somebody said. So that's why you pointed to like Paul, to 1 Corinthians 15. But then we see that the 1 Corinthians 15 doesn't show up until about 144, and you said that Paul was dated to the middle of the first, but then provided no evidence for that. And then when I showed you that it has to come from Acts, but Acts is all over the place, and Acts is not written by any kind of eyewitness or anything like that, it never says that it is. It just kind of falls all apart. We end up running what you've built this upon, unfortunately, and not necessarily you, yes, but other people as well, and they've kind of helped you do it. It's built on a house of cards. You're at the top and you're like, wow, I can see really far while I stand on the roof of this house. But unfortunately, all you got to do is just start knocking down these cards. They're going to fall over. It's not built on a firm foundation. It's built on assumptions, based on assumptions, based on assumptions, based on church tradition that was written in the 2nd century by people whose grandparents couldn't have seen Jesus. It's not good. It's just a later claim from a religion. That's all that it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Now, but you had mentioned Pharisees. I'd also like to point out that you mentioned the tomb. You are aware that there's 3 tombs in Jerusalem currently right now that claim that they're the tomb of Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So how did you determine which one was the correct one?
I'm saying from somebody back, say when Jesus actually died, if we say that he did, it would have been extremely easy to just say this is where I believe it was Joseph's tomb, where Joseph's tomb was.
Joseph
of Arimathea, I believe it was.
Yeah, Arimathea. Where is that?
Where is what?
Arimathea.
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, it's because it's a made-up place. You know why? Because Joseph of Arimathea is a play on Josephus. Josephus, in his autobiography, which was published in 99, sections 420 and 421, mentioned how after the destruction of the temple, he saw 3 men crucified, and he knew them. So he goes to the Roman leader in charge. This is Josephus. He goes to the Roman leader in charge and asks for permission to take the bodies down. He gets it. 2 of the men die. 1 of them survives. In the story of the Gospels, all the Gospels, a man named Joseph, which was Josephus's Aramaic name, by the way. Josephus is his Latin name. So Joseph goes to the Roman leader in charge, which is Pilate, asks for permission to take at least 1 of the bodies down, and 2 of the men die, 1 of them survives. Arimathea is not a real place. You can go and look this up. There is literally no evidence of Arimathea. It's not even close to anything because it's not a real place. It's a made-up word. Because Josephus, his father's name was Matthias. In Aramaic, he would have been Joseph bar Matthias. Like it's Joseph of Arimathea. That's what it is. That's all that it is. They just took something that came out in 99 and just took the story and put it in. It's near the end, by the way, of Josephus' story, and suddenly Joseph of Arimathea just shows up at the end without any speaking roles or anything like that prior. No mention of him prior, no mention of him afterwards. He just pops up. It's because he's based off of Josephus himself, which is where they're getting a lot of their material. And lots of times back then, whenever people wrote fiction, they would work the author's name into the text. And so they would just they're just kind of giving him a cameo, just kind of in case anybody picked up that he was the author, so to speak. They're saying, hey, we're getting information from this guy. Like, this is where we're getting the stories from.
Okay, yeah, bro, you beat me bad, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
But then you also okay. So we look at the tomb, and again, I'd like to point out that there are 3 tombs currently right now in Jerusalem. The oldest of which is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which was found in the 4th century. It was just at a temple of Venus, and Constantine's mother just said that's where Jesus was buried and crucified. So the Catholic Church just made it a fucking shrine at that point.
No, yeah, I definitely don't think that once you get later into church, it's like completely into church history. It's just completely not without faults or something like that.
Right. But I do have to go up here. I do have to put up on the board because in the last we're just shy of a month. Tomorrow will make it a month. I have talked about Josephus and been able to explain why that is not good evidence for Jesus whatsoever 56 times, and Tacitus the same amount of times. The other tally marks are for other things that people bring up. But nevertheless, the concept of Jesus and the concept of Paul is built on a house of cards. I'm not kidding you. Like, it sounds crazy because there's this massive religion that's been around for a long time, but there's reasons why it's big and there's reason why it's been around. It became the official religion of Rome in 380 simply because of the fact that in 312 you have the Edict of Milan, which made all religions legal, which gave it the legal right to just go out and just proselytize. And Christianity, believe it or not, was actually not explicitly illegal in the Roman Empire until about maybe 3 or 6 years before 312. Then Constantine, because his mom became a Christian, just decided, hey, everybody's perfectly fine in being whatever religion. In fact, it's possible that he became a Christian himself, in which case a lot of people would start going to that direction if the emperor himself was a particular religion. So in 380, it becomes the official religion of the Roman Empire. And then when Rome falls, the remaining countries like Spain, England, Portugal, France, Netherlands, Italy, they go around and colonize just about the entire fucking globe. That's why people in like South America know who Jesus is because somebody who used to be part of the Roman Empire came over and told them.
Yep, I agree.
So that's all that it is, man. It's not a real thing. It's just a mythology that a religion came up with, and because it's big and because it's powerful, because it's rich, because it's because it has a lot of like I said, just power, and it makes its impression on a lot of people. People just assume that their stories are correct, and there must be some kind of truth behind it. But once you push on it, it fades away.
Thank you. I'll definitely go look at it.
Yep. But thank you very much. That was Cole Gilmore. And if you want Cole, there's a book on this particular topic if you'd like. Me and my data science co-partner, we take a look at the Greek New Testament, try to figure out when it was written, and just we end up coming to these conclusions and stuff like that. But the ebook is just $3. But the link is in my bio and on the YouTube profile. But thank you very much for coming up there, Cole.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely a good guest. Just asking questions, making some points. I mean, he laid out his points. I made sure to take some notes and stuff like that. We didn't really go over Josephus as much, but we did touch a little bit on it, a little bit. And then the Tacitus thing, and then the tomb and Pharisees, and we saw him crucified, that kind of thing. And we also got to talk a little bit about Paul. If you're watching over there on YouTube, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. If you have any, let me see here. Let me go ahead and bring this. If you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, click the link that's in the chat. Or if you don't have a TikTok, because that's how I take guests, send a super chat. I will read it out loud, I promise, and I will respond to it. So if you do have any kind of comments or anything like that, feel free to let me know if you have any questions or anything like that. Also, the word of the week is ignorant or ignorant. So if you want to call me an ignorant son bitch, you definitely can. I don't know if that's going to make it past the YouTube moderation. Maybe. I don't know. But you can call me ignorant if you want. That's fine. I'll read it out loud. It'll be funny. Maybe. All right. Nikolai, how's it going? Oh, there you go.
It's going well. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. What you got?
Yeah, I mean, I just think your assessment of history is really bad.
Okay. Sweet. So where's the issue?
Yeah, well, the way that you're assessing the history in ancient documents is not how anyone assesses it.
Like what? Which document am I assessing incorrectly?
Well, okay, so let's look at the ancient manuscripts. In
For what?
a manuscript or any manuscript, when one
any
is
manuscript?
assessing any manuscript in history,
Okay.
any manuscript in history, the way that you assess it, you know that the standard way in which you assess a cultural practice or a belief, once it becomes widespread, and is justified in writing down, how do they determine whether it's worthwhile to record that, or how do we determine the date in which something is recorded? Because in history, especially the further back you go, the amount of actual first-person accounts and attestations that survive that period of time decreases immensely over time, right? Would you agree with that?
Sure, why not? So the way that we're able to date something is based off of the content. Like, for instance, the mainstream consensus right now within scholarship on like the New Testament dates the oldest gospel, Mark, to around 70, specifically because of Mark 13, which talks about the destruction of the temple. So at best,
We're not
people
talking
say,
about that.
sweet. So at best, people say that it is dated around like maybe 65 or so,
your
something like that,
claim on the
because of the
prompt is
fact
not
that
about
it was
the Gospels.
sweet.
You're pontificating to make yourself sound.
So shut the fuck up for like 10 seconds and learn something. So anyways, you're talking about
So if you mute
manuscripts
me
and we're
again,
talking
then I'll
about...
just leave and you don't get to farm me off.
That's fine. I'll clip farm you anyways. Would you
Oh,
like to
well,
would you like
okay,
to go
well,
ahead and
just
leave?
kicking me just shows that you're being ignorant.
I'm not
You're-
kicking you. I'm muting you. That's what's
Your
happening. Now,
claim-
please be quiet. Now, that being said, whenever it comes to
claims-
these manuscripts like Mark, what
Your
we do is we
claims
take
about-
a look at the actual content.
claim
If the
about-
content includes something
Your
that we can
claim is
actually
not-
date, then it needs to be around that
What
time
is the
period.
prompt?
So for instance, Mark is dated to
Coward.
70
Coward.
because of the fact...
Cowardly behavior.
Sweet. So Mark is dated to around 70 because of the destruction of the temple, which is mentioned in Mark 13. Now, if you'd like to get back to the topic, we can, but you specifically brought up manuscripts and you asked, how can we date them? So I'm answering your question and you're calling me a coward.
I said, how do we assess the dating
And I
of
told you how. That's the problem. You're saying that I am somehow going away from the topic. I am
interrupting me and
addressing
muting
your
me
question.
does not prove your case.
I am addressing your question. Now, please.
Oh, you're addressing
How
one
would you?
part
How,
of it.
sweet. So if I'm addressing your question, then
One
I'm not
part of-
pontificating. I'm addressing your.
One part
I'm
of it.
addressing your question, which wasn't really too terribly on topic. If that's really what you want to.
So
go
your
off of.
claim about Paul and Jesus
Sure.
is what? That they never existed. And you
Correct.
say that's because the earliest attestation is when?
That
Your
is
claim.
not what I'm saying.
I'm not agreeing with you. I'm
That's
saying
not
what
what I'm
your
saying.
earlier you said the earliest manuscripts that you can pinpoint to show that he existed is when?
I didn't
You
say
said around
anything.
the 200s. Yes, you
I
did.
didn't.
The last
I didn't
caller.
say. No, I didn't. I didn't say
Well,
anything.
now you're lying.
No, I did not say that Jesus and Paul didn't exist because the manuscripts are late. That's never came out of my mouth.
Well, why would you say they don't exist if the claim is not that the manuscripts aren't late?
Because of the
Church,
content. I just
church
told
history
you.
in the early church attests to their existence. There is
Anachronisms.
no disputing
No,
that.
no. Listen. I don't give a shit about the early church. What I'm talking about is the
You don't give a
anachronisms
shit
within
about
the
the people
Gospels.
that were the closest to the.
Shut up, dude. Let me answer your fucking questions.
Unlike you.
No, just listen. Listen. If you
I don't have-
listen, you will get an answer to your question. You're saying, how am I able to say that they didn't exist if I'm not talking about the date of the manuscripts? What I'm saying is the content. The content does not line up. There are anachronisms within the Gospels, there are anachronisms within Acts, and there's anachronisms within Paul. Do you know what an anachronism is? Do you know what that is?
I do, but that's not really
Okay.
the claim. You
Okay. No,
earlier,
I said that Jesus and Paul never existed. Stop. Yeah, okay, listen.
If you're gonna mute me every
Okay, yeah, you're gone, dude.
can't have a dialogue muted.
No, you're
dude.
gone.
You're a coward.
You're gone. I am trying to answer your question, and you won't shut the fuck up for me to answer it. I understand that you think that my argument is because we don't end up with manuscripts until later, that's how we know that they didn't exist. That's not my argument. It's not my argument at all. And you're requesting coming back up, groveling like a little bitch. Unless you can agree to be quiet when I answer questions, you will be disconnected again. Can you agree to be quiet when I
finish my?
Will you be quiet when I'm answering questions? When I'm answering your question, will you be quiet? Either the word.
You're being recorded about this too. I mean,
sweet. I'm on YouTube. That's perfectly fine. Listen. Will you be quiet when I'm answering questions? If the word yes is not the first, if the word yes isn't the next word out of your mouth, you will be disconnected.
No.
Okay. Farm away, man. All right. Adam, how's it going?
How's it going, bro? Sorry about that guy.
Yeah. Well, it happens every once in a while. See, the problem is the fact that he assumed what my argument was, and when he found out that that wasn't my argument, he didn't really know what to do, so he just kind of kept talking instead of letting me explain what my argument was. Because he's not actually interested in actually hearing it. It's not a good faith conversation. Anyways, Adam, what you got?
So like this is my first time seeing you on live, so I just want to get some things out the way. So do you believe that the Bible is just like fiction?
I mean, by and large, sure. I mean, at what point does historical fiction become fiction? At what point does anything become historical? Because, like, for instance, there are things within the New Testament that are real, like places, people, like Pilate or Herod the Great, that kind of thing. But they're just depicted in a way that isn't like correct for the time, I guess, and is in like in a fictional way, kind of like Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. It's fiction, right?
Yeah.
Or is it historical fiction? It's like, it just kind of depends. But to the other guest who I had to drop before you, this is how you actually start a conversation. You ask, what is the argument before assuming what the argument is. But anyways, keep going.
Okay, so I am a Christian. I believe in Jesus.
Okay.
And so I believe just my own beliefs is that Revelation is starting to unfold, and that Jesus Christ will return like within my lifetime. I'm 20 years old.
Within your lifetime?
I believe within my lifetime, yes.
Isn't that what all Christians have said, going back to like the 2nd century?
I have no clue, but
they keep saying it like over and over and over again. Every generation says that within this generation, Jesus is going to come back. I'm not even kidding. Like, you can look up and see how many times just about all denominations of Christianity have said at some point in time that the end is near.
Okay,
it's wild.
Yeah. Well, the only reason I say I believe it is because there is a mass immigration of Islams that are coming over, and to other countries.
How that word works.
A bunch of other countries, and
wait, slow down. Okay, so for starters, what the hell? that's not how you say it, anyways. Secondly,
my bad.
Secondly, look, how did this not also happen in, the 600s during the Islamic conquest? Like, very clearly it happened already, and in much bigger numbers and much more violently. Why is this one somehow the one? Like, how like there's like a bunch of Muslim countries over there in that area? Like in the Middle East? You know how like the most of the Middle East is Muslim? Yeah, dude. That's because at one point in time, Muslims went into other countries. And guess what? The world didn't end then. Like, it didn't end then. It's not going to end now. Like, that's not how that works. Like, it's just not. Now, I'm not saying that you should like, oh, hey, come on over and everybody, like, we're just going to become Muslim now. Everybody. I'm not just saying that everybody should be Muslim. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that, like, the last time that there was a conquest or the last time that they came into other people's countries, nothing happened. Well, I mean, other than violence, but the world didn't end.
Yeah. Yeah, the only reason why I say it is because you just see like everybody in the chat is saying stuff about Islamophobia. All I said was I feel like there's
Well, the
more
fact that you didn't even
immigration and
say
like
their name right means that you very clearly have not looked into this very well. You called
no,
it
no,
Islams.
I
Like, that's not
haven't.
even a thing.
I'm here for clarification, if I'm being honest. Like it's not like I'm telling you what I believe, and if you can prove me wrong, then like I have an open mind. I'm not gonna have a closed-minded argument, you know?
Well, if your argument is the world's about to end because Muslims, which is what they're
No,
called,
no, that's not my
Muslims showed up.
full. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that it's at least what you said. So
Well,
I've got
that's
to
what I've
address
said
that.
so far.
Well,
That's what I've
yeah, and
said
so
so
I've got to
far.
address it because I'm not going to let you say
Yeah.
something demonstrably false and then just keep building on top of that. So, look,
Well,
the point is, no, very clearly, there has been straight up Islamic conquest before.
yeah.
And even if you wanted to consider this a conquest, the world didn't end back then. So it's not going to end that. There's no evidence whatsoever that it's suddenly going to end now. And again, I want to remind you, people complained that the world was going to end then, and it never did. And then after the conquest stopped and they continued, Christianity continued to grow and blah 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 blah. Christianity's still the biggest religion, still doesn't mean anything. They've never been able to predict the end of the world. The end of the world is not
Yeah.
going to come during your lifetime. It's not. It's just not. So,
Okay. Yeah. Well, all I wanted to say was with the Islams, I just you see all the
okay, so
beheadings
you're
of
saying
Christians.
it again. That's not what you
But
call them.
what Muslims?
Okay, that's what they're called. Islam is the
yeah.
religion.
Yeah, my bad. The Muslims,
But again,
they try and
listen.
they're
But we're still not really talking about that because this is the live is over Jesus and Paul. It sounds like
Yeah.
you're pivoting to something else, and I wanted to address what you said because I knew that it was wrong. But it doesn't really matter because we're trying to figure out whether or not Jesus and Paul existed 2,000 years ago. What's your evidence for that? Because I don't think you're going to find any evidence of that in some grainy video of someone getting their decapitated. That's not a thing. So where's the evidence for Jesus and Paul?
Well, and I'm not going to win this argument, so I'm not going to
Well,
try.
I mean, you're not going to try talking about the thing that you believe in? Because don't you believe that Jesus and Paul existed 2,000 years ago?
I do, but I'm not.
Then
Like,
what
obviously, you've
convinced
studied
you
this
of that?
more than I have.
But what convinced
and
you? Surely you studied it. Okay, let me ask you a question. Adam.
I've studied the Bible.
Yeah, that's fine. Now, Adam,
Yeah.
would you stake your entire life on the belief that Jesus lived 2,000 years ago?
Yes.
Okay, you haven't studied it? You think I somehow have studied more than you and you devoted your entire life to it? How pathetic is that? You devoted your entire life to something that you haven't studied? You should be studying that day in and day out. It should be like breathing to you, like drinking water. But yet you come on TikTok and some guy who's dressed like a fucking cowboy knows more about your history, more about your belief than you do. And you're out there saying, oh, I would die on this hill for this belief. That's insanity, man. Like,
And I
you just
would, and it's
randomly pick random
faith-based.
shit and say, I'm going to die for this, even though I've never looked into it? Is that what you do on a daily basis? Because
No,
it sounds
I
like you do.
I study the Bible.
Sweet.
And
So
it's
when
faith-based.
you study the Bible, what do you do
Yeah.
when it has contradictions? What do you do there?
Like what contradictions? I don't see any contradictions in the Bible.
Okay. What was the name of Jesus's grandfather?
I don't know. I haven't read the whole Bible. I don't know.
You haven't read the whole Bible, yet you would literally die for it? That's insanity, man.
I wouldn't die for the Bible. I would die for Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but the only reason you know about Jesus is because of the Bible, correct?
No, because of testimony and
From other people
telling me
who
about
have
him.
read the
Yes.
Bible.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you're right,
so the
I guess.
Bible. Yeah. So anyways, whenever we take a look at Luke 3, it will tell you, let's see here. We're going to go ahead and pull this up here. Is this the next one? No, we're wanting Luke 3. So the genealogy of Jesus is found in, there's actually multiple genealogies, and that's the issue. That's where the contradiction shows up. So in Luke 3, we end up with a genealogy of Joseph. Have you ever read it at all before that you know of?
No.
Okay. So let me see here. We gotta bring it up. Trying to bring up the the image here. Okay. So, let's see. This is Luke 3. And we're going to go to the genealogy. Okay, Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. He was the son, as was thought, of Joseph, son of... And what's that name there? What's that name?
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yep.
Heli?
Heli, or Heli, either way. Heli.
Yeah.
Heli, correct?
Yep.
And that's Joseph's father, so that's like supposedly Jesus's grandfather through Joseph, as was thought. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to Matthew 1. And in Matthew 1, it gives a genealogy. It goes the other direction. Starts with Abraham and goes down. So what we're going to do is we're going to find Jesus. Jesus. Let's see. Jacob, the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary, who bore Jesus. So what? So what do you do whenever you see these things? You swore your life to this. You've only studied the Bible. You weren't familiar with the genealogies, so I don't know how you studied the Bible without reading them. But what do you do whenever you see contradictions like this?
I just have my faith in Jesus.
So
I
you have your
pray.
faith that who was his grandfather? What does your faith tell you? Who is his grandfather? Use your faith and tell me who his grandfather was.
That's not how faith works. Sorry.
I mean, it is, because
No,
faith
it's
in specific
not,
should be
no.
able to move mountains. Have you ever moved a mountain?
No,
I mean,
I haven't
you don't
prayed
even
to
have the
move
faith
I
of a
haven't tried to
mustard
move a
seed?
mountain.
Okay, well,
Huh?
try really hard to give me the name of Jesus' grandfather.
Dude, I'm not. God, you're something else, bro.
Yeah, I'm someone who has read the Bible more than you have, and you swear your life to it. There he goes. When you push them, they crack. Welcome, everybody, to Christianity.
Flawless victory. Fatality.
All right. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul that is better than the last guy, come on up. $1 there from Cherry Bebop. Thank you very much, Cherry Bebop. $4.99 from Godwin7. Thank you. Said, you give apologists grief unto you. Wait, what? Okay, wait, what? All right. You give apologists grief unto you. Okay. You give apologists grief. Unto you the crown we bequeath it. Appears to be for all to see that I just made you say queef. Thank you for what you do, Aaron. Well, thank you very, very much. Yeah, I think whenever you do these super chats, it like has a limited space, so people lots of times will take out the punctuation, which makes it harder for me to read. But anyways, yes, you did say the Q word, so we're gonna have to put you over there. All right, Cherry Bebop. Oh, $10. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Says, have you ever heard of quantum immortality? No. It is an untestable theory. By they also say energy doesn't end. They also say energy doesn't end, I guess. What if the heaven/hell they talk about is the parallel universe? What do you think? I mean, look, I'm not going to act like I'm smart enough to know what the hell all that quantum shit is. Like, I don't. My name's not Amadeus Almighty. But I can tell you that at least in this particular universe, in this realm, in this reality that we are living in right now, you don't have to worry about that. But I mean, it's a decent question, I guess. But I don't know. I think here's the deal. If there is an all-knowing God who sends Jesus specifically to the planet to teach to people, and Jesus then says, oh, go out and spread the gospel and everything, and the Great Commission, especially there in Matthew. So whenever he says all this, and wherever he does all this, this is all this plan. If the only way that we have evidence is to listen to men, or I guess women, humans, give us this information, it's already seeming kind of flawed. You think he would probably send Jesus down every year or so, or every 4 years, or every 10 years, or every 100 years, or hell, even every 1,000 years, and check in every once in a while, make sure everybody's still on the same page. But no, there's nothing. And if you have to have an advanced degree or an understanding of quantum immortality in order to somehow understand or get proof or evidence for heaven or hell, or for this grandiose plan that this all-powerful, all-knowing, all-seeing, everywhere God came up with, I don't think he's worthy of worship. Because if he's only taking the best of the best of the best of the best of scientists, nah. Also, most of the best of the best of the best of scientists don't even believe in the guy. So it's just kind of how that works. Funny how that works. $4.99 from Marv34001 says Luke 3 is Mary's lineage, Goofy. We know because Matthew has a different lineage for Joseph. Send me this money back. Wait, what? Okay. So, all right. I know that he's trolling. His sarcasm is very hard to find sometimes. But it's funny. We know because Matthew has a different lineage. Like in other words, like we know because of the contradiction. Like that. It's funny. These are the jokes. All right. And then $5 there from Helping Maggot Deconstruct says, I heard every time a Christian crashes out, an angel queefs. That's terrible. It was clever, though. That's why I laughed. Before becoming a dirty heathen, Joel reads Bible. Hey, Joel reads Bible. Favorite pastime was queefing for Christ. Oh, my God. All right, so that's 2 there. And there's even, look at that. That is the 21st time that Joel reads Bible has been mentioned. Joel reads Bible is a TikTok and YouTube channel. You should definitely check it out. Joel reads Bible, SIC. And definitely check it out because he does some really, he's really funny. Like, he's funny. He's funny. He's educational, but he's funny too. Primarily because he's a comedian, or he was a comedian, or he is a comedian, but he was a comedian prior to being a TikToker talking about Jesus and everything like that. But yeah, definitely check it out there on TikTok and YouTube, as well as Joel Sings Christianese. Especially if you are a content creator, you might want to grab a copy of this album. This is on Bandcamp. He's got a lot of fun songs that he sings explicitly about different things, like, when the Christians mention, oh, well, that's the good kind of slavery, or preach, or gish gallop, or something about translations, or something about free will. There's a couple songs about free will, a few songs about free will. There's even one track that puts all of these into one thing. So go check it out on Bandcamp. Joel Sings Christianese from Joel Reads Bible. All right. Let's see here. We had a guest. We had a guest that was requesting up. If you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up and I'll bring you up. I'd love to talk to you. There was someone who requested up, but I missed it somehow. You can request back up. I'll bring you up. Oh, $10. Thank you. $10 from Resting Opface. Oh, God. Is going to be a lot here. All right. Leaf says, please let me join. If you can. I sent an invite. You might have just created your account. I'm not sure if you can or not. Maybe. But Raiders of the Lost Queef. Wow. Indiana Jones and the Queef of Doom. Indiana Jones and the Queef Crusade. Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Queef. And finally, Indiana Jones and the Queef of Destiny. Those are actually kind of funny. I like that. That was clever. All right, Drum Dude, how's it going?
It's going good. How about you?
Hey, doing good. What you got, man?
Doing good. That's good. I got a question. It's not primarily about the topic, but I'm in the mood for some barbecue, so I just want to ask you a question. Do you prefer Terry Blacks or over Franklin?
Say, what was that last part?
Terry Blacks or Franklin barbecue?
Neither. Hard 8.
Which one should I go to?
Hard 8. If you're are you in Texas?
Yeah.
Hard 8. If you're in North Texas, make sure to swing by Hard 8 over in Roanoke. Roanoke's the unique dining capital of the world, or the unique dining capital of Texas. It is pretty good. It's pretty good. If you're in the mood for some chicken, check out Babe's. If you're in the mood for some, there's even a great pie. I think it's Main Street Pies. There's a little pie shop there on that little walkway. But if you're in the mood for some barbecue, Hard 8 is definitely where you want to go.
You said it's in Roanoke?
It's in Roanoke. Yeah, Roanoke is in North Texas. So like north of like Fort Worth-ish, kind of. Yeah, pretty much Fort Worth and straight up.
Oh my gosh, it actually looks really good. I appreciate it.
All right, that is a hard 8, everybody. Make sure to stop by if you're in Roanoke.
Oh, I also want.
Oh, snap. Oh, yeah, I think I disconnected him before he asked that question. If you request back up really quick, I can bring you up and you can ask whatever that was. Let's see. More like Fort Worth. Okay. All right. Felix is getting a nice little. There you go. That's not even a 5-second. That was a 30-second. Fuck around and find out how long I can mute that for. All right. Let's see. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next person here. Only the one in Roanoke. I think there's some other ones as well, but the one in Roanoke is definitely pretty good. All right. Crying face. What do you got?
Hello, is my mic on?
Yeah. What you got, man?
Well, I'm a Christian.
No
I haven't really studied like I know there's historical stuff that prove God, but I saw in the comments on YouTube that y'all want like what do you call it? Like what's the type of evidence? The complementary evidence or something like that
Contemporary?
for Jesus or for,
I mean, that'd
yeah,
be pretty good. You know what contemporary means?
yeah. According to your YouTube
Mhm.
chat, it means like accounts written by people that know Jesus.
Well, I mean, kind of. Those would be like eyewitnesses. Contemporary just
Which
means
is still
the
pretty
person's alive at the
arbitrary
same time.
because you can, but it's still pretty what do you call it? Arbitrary because, like that still raises some questions. Like, what do you call it? How can you, like I can write about someone that lived at the same time, but I never knew him, but invent that. So it's kind of arbitrary.
Wait,
still
what was that last
to
part?
like,
You lived at the same time, but you didn't know them. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I could write about someone that I didn't like know in person
Yeah.
and I never met them and still write about them. And what if they never existed? That's like still arbitrary evidence. Like it's not clear.
Right. Yeah. So the fact that we don't even meet
So,
that level of standard for Jesus means that it's still pretty bad.
well, that would be really difficult.
Like
to
if
even
you're saying that
prove.
contemporary is bad and it doesn't even meet contemporary, yeah, it's bad. It's really bad.
Yeah. So I'm saying like the evidence, it's like to prove someone that lived 2,000 years ago, like that specific evidence is actually pretty hard for like anyone.
Why?
Like, is there anyone that you know with contemporary evidence that lived around like Pontius Pilate? Is there like evidence for? Do you believe he existed?
Yeah, we have 3 pieces of contemporary evidence. One that we can physically date to that time.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure also Jewish people like Jewish people, Muslim people, like they knew Jesus existed, but they have different beliefs about him.
Okay. Well, the Quran shows up about 300 years after Christianity
Yeah, but the
became
Quran isn't
the official
like
religion.
it says Jesus existed, but it's not consistent with like it's
Right.
Quran,
Then why are
Quran
you
is, like,
using them as an argument?
self-contradictory. Well, you can because they say he existed, but
The
also
Muslims don't show
Jews
up for another like 500 years after Jesus supposedly died.
the
Why-
Jews also believe he existed as well.
Okay.
Plus,
The first time that we get any
um,
Jewish writings about him is sometime between the 3rd and
like
the
the
6th
Roman
century.
church, like in the early church, how the church was set up, the
Uh-huh.
Roman church was known to be set up by Peter and Paul. A
No,
lot of
there's no
early
evidence of
church,
that. It's just a claim.
a lot of early church fathers believed that.
It's just a
Like
claim.
Ignatius literally in his writings he talks
Mhm.
about Paul that Paul's authority was much higher than his
Okay.
in his letter.
Not a problem.
So like he
What does
knew
that have to do with
those
anything?
people knew that he
Did
existed.
Ignatius know Paul?
Not personally,
Is
but
he a
there's this
contemporary of
concept
Paul?
there's this
Is he a
concept
contemporary
again,
of Paul?
that type of evidence is pretty arbitrary. Like you can
Yeah, I
prove
know,
it
but you
different
already
ways,
said
not-
that like a contemporary is not even that great because they could still be contemporary and make it up. Like for instance, J.K.
Well-
Rowling is technically a contemporary of Harry Potter if you're trying to figure out whether or not Harry Potter's real. But again, you said that contemporary wasn't even that great, and
Yeah, I said that to
Ignatius isn't
make
even a contemporary of Paul. So like,
Yeah, I said
it's
that
worse
to,
than
to,
not good. It's worse than bad.
Yeah, I said that to make a point that like any type of evidence is still like arbitrary. Like it's not like like no matter how many like evidence, like we can have like clear evidence,
Mm-hmm.
it still wouldn't be clear. So I wouldn't like to like.
You're kind of making my argument for me, but all right. I mean, or at least you're
Because there
making
is
it
other
easier.
evidence that there is other evidence that are not of like what do you call it, like secular evidence, like of what do you
Okay.
call it, like Jewish people.
Again, the Jewish people
writing
don't write
him.
about Paul, and they only
They write about Jesus.
Sweet. They don't do that until sometime between the 3rd and 6th century.
And Paul's writings. Who do you think Paul's writings come from?
The Marcionites.
Marcionites.
Mm-hmm. The followers of Marcion in roughly 144.
144.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there is it.
What happened?
What his? Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
That his his letters were written like 20 or 30 years after Jesus was dead.
Prove it.
Paul's letter.
Prove it.
Well, again, I'm not a historian, but
okay. I don't know why you're making the claim then if you can't back it up.
Well, I guess so. But I still wouldn't be what do you call it? Atheist.
What does atheism have to do with it?
Are you atheist?
I'm an odontologist.
You're an odontologist.
An odontologist? Yeah. Odontology?
What is that?
You can look it up in your spare time, man. But that being said, any other evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Well, it's not like contemporary evidence you guys want.
Well, you said contemporary wasn't even good. So if you don't have contemporary, then I guess it's worse than not good.
Well,
what
if I prove
bad, terrible, shitty.
But because there isn't like direct evidence, but there is like people affirming it. It's most the evidence.
Like who?
Like again, Jewish people, the Jews.
Again, they don't mention him till sometime between 201 and 599.
Okay, then. All right.
So,
then.
I mean,
do my
what do you want me to
research
do?
I'll do my research before coming up again.
Sounds good.
But
really quick, Eric, one moment there before I get to you there, Eric. Super chat there, $4.99 from Anita, and then last name is Dick and My As. Jesus. Says, would you consider doing a tour with Matt? I assume that's Matthew, my co-author. When you guys finish the new book, I would love to see you do live debates at universities and promote yourself. Yeah, I mean, we'd do it. We would definitely do it. We were actually reached out to, by the way, just a little bit of a heads up, but we were reached out to by, it's not Jubilee. It's like the guy, but like the other live or the other channel that does things like Jubilee. Can't remember the name of it, but they reached out not long ago or whatever. We started kind of talking to them, so I'll kind of keep you guys posted on that. But other than that, I mean, I'd love to do it. I'd love to do it, but
buddy.
I don't even know what this person's talking about. But I'd love to do live debates at universities. That'd be perfectly fine. But it's a matter of just kind of booking these things and actually taking the time to go out there.
You get tore up at a university, brother.
Yeah, sounds good. We've actually spoken at a university, by the way. Have you? When was the last time you gave like a guest lecture at a public university there, Kyle? Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, so yeah, but I would love, I would consider doing it, but it's just a matter of actually like booking things and stuff like that. If you're an agent or you know an agent, definitely do it. They're from Wayne Damron, 8006, $5. Thank you very much. It says, I'm in Saginaw. Oh, hey, we are straight north of.
Give actual facts.
Yeah, I don't know why you're opening your trap at this point. We are straight north of Fort Worth, fool. And Hurtado's Barbecue is where it's at. Hurtado's.
Codex Sinaiticus is the oldest Bible, almost the.
Cool. Also, this is my first queef. I want it on the board. Hell yeah. Put it on the board. Put it on the board. Actually, it was a 5, so that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. The first one was a 5. That's awesome. Saginaw. Oh, nice. So, Saginaw. Are you down, like, what is that? Is it Business 287? Or is it, like, off a Longhorn? Like, where are you talking about down there? All right. So, anyways, Eric Martinez, who is the more patient of the two. What you got, buddy? Eric, you there? Eric? Eric, you there? Going once. Going twice. Sold to the lowest bidder. $2 from AXP Spicoli says, make man meat great again. My daughter actually has a task today, and that is to say hi to man meat. Man meat is actually in her class this year. Man meat. Anyways. Oh, and then the guy dropped. What the hell? Okay, Eric Martinez says, hold on. Okay, well, you can come back up. That's fine. I can't send you a request there, but damn, now we have to deal with Kyle. Well, I don't know why he dropped. I have no idea why he dropped. He could have had a conversation, but I don't know why he dropped. All right, Eric Martinez, what you got? You there? Eric, you can just kind of talk. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Sorry, guys. No clue. It might be a microphone problem. Couldn't tell you. Mic check. Check, check. Mic is being weird. I don't know, man. Well, if you can figure it out, I'll keep you up here. Kyle was a complete POSF. POSFF. Yeah, I've never. I don't think I've ever talked to Kyle there, except for the little blurps there. What is going on, Kai?
Hey.
Hey.
So, I'm not Christian. I want to preface that. I'm deist. I just want to learn more about this stuff. So, my question is, like, I see that you are presenting the lack of evidence that Jesus existed, which, makes sense. But, do you have any, like, evidence that he wasn't some apocalyptic preacher at the time that they made up this resurrection story about?
So far, what I've done is not necessarily present the lack of evidence per se. I mean, like, kind of, sort of, but it's more just kind of take down what other people have said so far. But as far as the positive claim that Jesus never existed, I can still provide evidence for that. The anachronisms that are in the text would be evidence that the Jesus that's presented in the New Testament did not exist.
Yeah, I agree. The Jesus presented in the New Testament doesn't exist.
Even the natural version.
What I'm saying is that he wasn't some real person that they made up stories about later. And then, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then they added those anachronisms later when they were making up the stories.
I mean, if that's the case, then the Jesus of the New Testament still didn't exist. And we don't have any evidence of the other guy. So I don't know what to do at that point. It's just a fake thing. Like, that's like finding out that Clifford the Big Red Dog is based off of a dog. He just wasn't big. So it's like, okay, so is Clifford the Big Red Dog real? No.
No, not in that sense. I was just curious if you had anything to say about that. Like, in terms of the positive evidence that there was no man named Jesus that was an apocalyptic preacher at that time.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have any evidence of that person, and the person that is presented by the New Testament definitely doesn't line up with the history of the first century. So it just falls apart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Felix says this is just saying there's a story about him, so there must have been a guy. No, it definitely could have been fake. Definitely could have been fake. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. I was just curious. Thank you.
Yep, not a problem. That was Kai Cash, everybody. Eric, your microphone up. It sounds like you just swallowed your microphone. I don't know. I can't hear anything. All right. The reform wasn't accepted. No, Forrest Gump is saying something. Queen, damn. Let's get a new phone, Eric. I mean, I don't know. I mean, once he gets his microphone up and running, he can start talking. That's fine. I like the name of the book, Christ Before Jesus, because Christ is a title. I don't understand. If you're on YouTube, click the link that's in the chat and come on up. I'd love to talk to you. I really would. Really would. If you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, even better. Even better. Just click the link that's in the chat, and we'll talk. Forrest Gump, what you got?
I think Jesus was a real. I think Jesus was a real. Can you hear me?
Yep.
That's not showing me talking. All right. So I think Jesus was a real person, but I don't think he was like a god in any way. And the reason I say that is because he's mentioned by outside the Bible sources like Tacitus, Flavius Josephus, and Suetonius. So he's mentioned as like this dude that lives in the area, but I don't think he was a god in any way. No, I think he was like a regular dude that's trying to bring about spiritual, like social class reform, and then he got killed for trying to bring about that class reform, and then but you know,
why would the Romans care about that?
The Romans wouldn't. The people who was trying to actually preach against would.
Sweet. So why the Romans unalive him?
Romans like to store knowledge.
So why would the Romans unalive him?
Did they not get paid to?
Why would they be paid to do it?
So he's like preaching against the Pharisees, right? The Pharisees are the ruling people in the city of Jerusalem.
The Pharisees are the Roman people? No.
No, they're the ruling people, the ruling class. They rule over Jerusalem, right? And so the Romans.
No, that would be more like the government. The Pharisees are like a political group, but they're not really ruling per se. But sure, I guess. I mean, they're
power than like
Sure, but they don't have the ability to. They don't have the ability to crucify somebody.
No, they have the ability to crucify somebody, and that's why they wanted the Romans to do it.
Okay, so why would the Romans do it?
Because they agreed.
They didn't agree. Pilate explicitly says this guy's innocent.
Yeah, but
and what we know about Pilate shows that if anybody like disagrees with him in like a mob or something, he just gives a signal and just has the mob unalived. We have multiple stories of this.
They were like actively fighting against Jerusalem.
Not at this point in time.
The people were rebelling.
Not at this point in time. Are you talking about like the first Jewish-Roman War 40 years later?
No, I mean they already were occupying the city of. So they already occupied them. I mean the people weren't necessarily peaceful, and so the Pharisees promised that all people will be more peaceful if you get rid of this dude that's causing all the problems. This dude's like causing.
When do they say that? We will be more peaceful if you unalive this guy who's causing the problems? Where do you see that they said that? I think what's going on here with Forrest Gump, which, by the way, you're off the app, so I can't hear you. Once you come back to the app, I'll be able to hear you. But I think, in all honesty, what is going on, and so I can explain it there to the 368 people on TikTok and the 450 on YouTube. Listen, sometimes when people deconstruct...
No, it wasn't the Sadducees. The Sadducees, absolutely.
The what?
Are the ones, the Sadducees. It wasn't the Pharisees. The Pharisees were the group that ran the temple, but the Sadducees were the wealthy elite of Judea.
Okay. Where does it say that the Sadducees said that they would stop doing something if Jesus was unalived?
They feared that he would trigger a Roman crackdown. They feared that Jesus going and getting massive amounts of people out in a field. They figured that would cause a massive Roman crackdown. I think the Romans would. So they didn't really care about Jesus as much as they did the fact that they thought he would cause disorder. They thought he would cause disorder.
So he would. Who would cause disorder? And who thought this?
Messing up the social order.
Who thought this?
The Sadducees.
Okay. Well, Pilate, who had the say as to whether or not he was crucified, said that he was innocent. All right. So, like I was saying, when people deconstruct from religion, lots of times they'll still hold on to some things. Like in this particular case, it sounds like Forrest Gump is not religious per se, but he is someone who believes that Jesus actually did exist. And so in order to make this happen, they kind of fill in the gaps. When there's problems or issues, they kind of fill in the rest of the lore. And so then they believe the lore. And this is how you end up with like further gospels. This is how you end up with the evolution of religion in the first place. He's actually doing deconstructing a disservice by kind of saying out loud some of the lore that he came up with that's not actually in the book or anything like that. He's coming up with this. Now he may have
I
came
didn't
up
come up
with
with any of this.
Say what?
This is what the song is like. I didn't the Bible, and this is what like Flavius Josephus says. I mean,
No,
whether or not
nowhere
the Romans
in
actually
there
were
does it say
convinced-
anything about how they promised that they would be good if they got unalived, that kind of thing, or if he got unalived.
I mean, it says the Sadducees came to the Romans and they tried to say to the Pontius Pilate that he wanted to.
Yeah, and
commit
Pilate
treason
ended
against
up
Rome.
saying what?
And
That he
said was
found
innocent.
fault
I
with
mean,
Jesus,
but-
or that he was
so
innocent?
the only problem is like who convinced Pilate. That's like the real
Cool.
That's not the fallacy. It's argument.
No
Like,
one
who's Pilate?
did. It literally
Exactly.
says that Pilate said that he was innocent, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So what we know about Pilate from contemporaries of the time is that he did not give a shit if people disagreed with him. He would have them unalived if they were all chanting against him or yelling at him. Yeah. But anyways, this is how religion evolves. People are like, oh, hey, why are some of these gospels slightly different? Why are there all these different gospels and stuff? It's like, yeah, it's because somebody heard the story of Jesus that came out first, probably something really stripped down and really basic and vague and short, like Evangeline. And then they just kind of added to it because they're coming up with more lore. They're coming up with more background stuff that they never heard before, but it helps
This is what
them
atheist
explain the
scholars
story.
say. Right, this is what atheist scholars say. They say that
No atheist scholar says that Pilate, in specific, thought that this was going to be a deal, like they would be good if he unalived him or something like that. Like, what are you talking about? You're just kind
they
of
said-
saying
they
some
said
stuff.
Jesus was an actual historical figure. He
I
was
mean,
not.
okay, yeah, it's
God.
because they tend to rely upon church tradition and wishful thinking at best, and they think that like certain texts from like Josephus or Tacitus actually do talk about Jesus when we can tell now that they're interpolated into. But okay, it's just outdated thinking.
I kind of agree with him. I think Pilate and Herod made a deal.
It says that the preacher was Joseph. Like the rabbi, it says the rabbi's name.
Where is the evidence that Pilate and Herod made a deal? There's only one time that they even interact with each other in the Gospels, and that's in Luke, and most scholars say that that did not happen.
Yeah, but scholars are gatekeepers.
Of what?
We also have no evidence for Plato, but we go off that too.
We do have evidence for Plato. Xenophon. Wait, are you Plato? Plato writes things,
I know
and we
Plato
have
writes
his
things.
we
So
have
does
his
Flavius
we have his
Josephus.
disciples his disciple
We
Philip.
don't know
Philip
much
and
about
Ptolemy
Plato.
mention him. Philip and Ptolemy are contemporaries of Plato, and then we have the writings of Plato. So yeah, he's a real dude. I think maybe you were trying for Socrates and you missed. I don't even know. All right. Well, if anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I mean, we've got one person's off the app, another person's for some reason muted. But GC Gallant, what were you saying about?
Yeah, the people in the comment kept muting me. I don't know why they kept muting me, but I was saying that Pilate and Herod made a deal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the one that brought up the two Jesuses yesterday. I do agree with you about the Christ being the title. They use the Christ figure, and that's what we got today as far as the religion. And so I'm not in disagreement with you as far as how they took the customs of his name and his title and his teachings and things like that. But I can't come back up. I just gotta go grab some stuff. I can come back up and just show you some stuff. If that's cool.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's fine.
Okay. All right. I'll just come back up and I'll just come back up and request.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, bro.
Forrest Gump. Any other evidence there for Jesus or Paul?
Yeah. So no, I don't believe in like Jesus is a god. I think he was just some Jewish peasant. You know?
Jewish peasant? Why would he be a peasant?
Well, he lived in an agrarian village. I mean, he wasn't a peasant. He was a peasant.
We don't even have evidence of that village existing, but anyways, that village apparently has a synagogue, and he's able to go in there and read Greek. Why would a peasant be able to read a language that he doesn't even speak?
They speak 3 languages. They spoke Greek,
Okay,
Arabian,
why would he
Hebrew.
be able to read if he was a peasant? That would automatically make him in the top 3 to 5% of the population.
People who had to agree. In Judea, they're city-states. I don't know.
That's not
they're
Judea.
more backdoors.
That's Galilee.
Nazareth is in Judea.
No, it's not. It's in Galilee. I don't know why he keeps hopping off. Maybe to fact check me? I don't know. Fact check me then. I'll just be sitting here waiting for you to come back and tell me I was right.
Well, you know, like Bart Ehrman? I mean,
All right, so is Nazareth in Judea or Galilee?
Galilee. But
Yeah,
you
okay.
Bart Ehrman.
So anyways, that being said, there's no evidence that Nazareth was even a place at the beginning of the first century. And on top of that, if it had a synagogue where he was able to go in and read from the Greek Septuagint, that doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? How is he a poor person, as you said, who is able to read Greek? Religious books in Greek. Also, he attempted to bring up Barterman. We'll go ahead and just put him on the board there. Put him on the board. Yeah, can read Greek, but can't write in any language, apparently. Yes, the chaos of the board is kind of wild. But eventually it'll die down because I'll be able to put like things in numbers. I should probably go ahead and just like put numbers for everything.
Greek.
One second there, John. What was that for us?
Why did Jesus read Greek? Exactly.
The Septuagint. He reads it in Luke 4, man. God damn, he just keeps jumping off the thing for... Like, do you have anything, or do you keep just like, having to go and Google all of this? I mean, I'm glad that you're fact-checking, I guess, but like, did you have an argument, or what? Super chats. Oh, yeah. You're saying super chats because that's exactly what you... Okay, so he put this, Olander put this, real Olander over there, $5 there on YouTube said, a gentle queef escaped the night, a fleeting breeze, both soft and light. It danced away, a flapping sound. Oh my God. A moist release for all around. Why? Anyways, Jesus Christ. That's the imagery too. I mean, just wow. All right, John. While Forrest Gump is out there running, what you got there, John?
I was just curious if you were a New Testament scholar.
No.
Okay. Have a good day.
Sounds good. You got any evidence for Jesus?
Oh yeah, you're not a scholar, so it doesn't matter.
All right, cool. What is a scholar to you? All right, well, John left. Forrest Gump, you ever find anything?
Well, Jesus wouldn't have been a peasant. He would have been a stonemason, which is much more skilled. So he would have not been illiterate. And then also...
So he wouldn't have been a peasant.
So if he does go to the
So he
city
wouldn't have been a peasant.
He would have been a peasant then.
Okay, so you said he was a peasant.
Yeah, that's what I
So
thought.
he's not a peasant. And also, a stonemason doesn't require that you be able to read a religious book.
If you're working in a city that's owned by
I mean, Greeks, then you can speak Greek.
Owned by Greeks? What are you?
Yeah,
what
the
are you even
Romans,
talking
so
about?
The city
There's
of
so much
Sepphoris.
going on with your claims. Where are you
The city
getting
of
any
Sepphoris
of
was a
your
Roman
background?
City. It had a Greek hippodrome.
Oh my god! All right, Forrest, you speak English, right? Get back on the app. If you keep hopping off, I'm going to just disconnect you. I want to have a conversation, but we can't do that if you just keep hopping off the app. And he left. Dumbass. Anyways, look, there's people out there in the chat. You speak English, all right? You speak. I'm not telling you to speak English, but if you speak English and you go and like you at your job, you might be able to talk a little bit about what you do in Spanish. Cool. Even if you were bilingual, that sounds pretty good. You might be able to, like, bilingual people can generally talk about their job and everything like that. But if my wife is bilingual. But if I told her to like read this particular text in another, in like even Spanish or something like that, that is purely religious, there's going to be terms where she's like, I don't know what some of this stuff is, because it's using words that you generally don't use throughout the day. Like you just don't. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense that everyone was just shocked at how well he could read. Like, what are you talking about? It's such a like that like conservative story where it's like, oh, you know, the professor dropped the chalk and it broke or whatever, and then the whole class said the Pledge of Allegiance and stuff like that, and everybody clapped and there was tears and people accepted Christ and like all kinds of stuff. Like it's just like, oh yeah, and then everybody clapped. It's like, no, it's just a dumb story. Like Jesus, everywhere he goes, he's like this like rock star. Like over here, he's got 5,000 people. Over here, he's got 3,000 people. Over here, some centurion is coming from all over the place. Someone else touches the hem of his garment, and he's like, "I felt the power come out of me." It's like, what the hell does that even mean? And then you have this story where he's like, oh, and Jesus, he went to his hometown and started reading. He just walked in. He was like, just flexed his nuts and just went up to the stage and just decided to read from the Septuagint, and everybody was amazed. And they're like, "Isn't this Joseph's son? Oh my God, he's so cool. How big of his dick?" Like it's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. What's going on, Rue?
Hey, hello. Yeah, interesting to hear those claims. I was just scrolling by, and I don't really have a counter argument. I was just very curious. I was caught off guard by, like, you don't think Jesus and Paul existed?
Correct.
Okay. That's interesting because usually when I talk to other people, we can have like a common ground. What do you think with like a Protestant? Because my view right now is like a Protestant. That's where I'm leaning to. Like, how did you come to that conclusion? Like, what books can I read? What sources can I go to?
You can try the Bible.
Okay. How could I use the Bible to disprove their existence?
Because what you've got to do, so what I say is that Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist. All right.
Okay.
And as far as the New Testament goes, like when you take a look at Jesus, you'll see that there are contradictions within the text.
Okay. And I assume you have like a lot of contradictions. It's not just like one or two.
There's quite a few contradictions even within the text, but some are bigger than others.
And when you read the text, right? How do you know if something aligns with that text that was just written? Because I know in the Bible what it likes to do, I think I read somewhere that what it'll do is it'll give one statement and then it'll give the same statement but in a different way, so that it'll like, it doesn't counter what it just said, it just strengthens what it just said. I don't know if that makes any sense. So like,
it doesn't.
Oh no, it doesn't.
Nope. So there in John 19, we can actually pull this up here. Let's see. So it says here, when Pilate heard these words, he brought Jesus outside, so he's with Pilate, and sat on the judge's bench at the place called the Stone Pavement, or in Hebrew, Gabbatha. Now it was the day of preparation for the Passover. It was about noon. He said to the Jews, "Here's your king." They cried out, away with him, crucify him." Pilate asked them, "Shall I crucify your king?" The chief priests answered, "We have no king but Caesar." Then he handed him over to them to be crucified. So, At what time does he go out with Pilate in this court?
So according to this, can you scroll up a little bit? Sorry, I don't have my Bible on me. And I don't remember this passage.
I mean, you can just look at the screen. It tells you right there above your profile.
When
picture.
Pilate heard these words. Oh, when Pilate heard these words, sorry.
What time is it?
About noon, it says.
All right. And Jesus gets crucified after this, right?
It says after, yes. I saw the word after.
Yep. Okay. So Jesus gets crucified sometime afternoon. There on Friday, correct?
Okay, yeah, I assume so.
Oh, okay.
Based on the text.
Yep.
Yeah.
Makes sense. But then on Mark 15, verse 25. Can you read that for me?
It was 9 o'clock in the morning when they crucified him.
Yeah, how's that happen?
So this is a different gospel?
Yep.
Claiming a different time?
Yep.
Okay.
It's Mark.
Okay, I see that.
The first one was John.
Okay. And then how did you, based on that alone, you tied that to them being contradictions, or
I mean, that is a
some
contradiction.
outside-
Are you capable of being crucified at 9 a.m. and in court 3 hours later?
No, that is
All right,
true.
then it's a contradiction.
I understand. Okay. Okay, yeah. Cool. You gave me something to think about. Is there something else maybe you can send me off with to study on?
Well, I want you to check out this guy right here. This is trying to tell you when, like, John the Baptist started his ministry and everything, and then Jesus ends up getting baptized. It says, in the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar, or Tiberius, as we've been told, when Pontius Pilate was governor of Judea, and Herod was ruler of Galilee, and his brother Philip, the ruler of the region of Iturea and Trachonitis. This is all the year 29, because Tiberius here, or Tiberius, he became Caesar in the year 14. All right, so 15 years from that, that's year 29. But then it mentions here Lysanias, the ruler of Abilene. This guy was a real guy. We actually have coins from him. He died in 33 BC. So that's 60 years before the rest of this.
Okay.
60 years before all of this. Tiberius wasn't even the Caesar until about 45 years after this guy died.
And so the evidence that you used to prove that guy, was it Trichonitis, or what was the
No, Lysanias.
name? Oh, yes. How did we, and you said we have coins of his, what was that again?
We have coins of him that date to his reign. He ended his reign in 36 BC and then died in 33.
Oh, okay. So proof of his existence outside of the Bible.
Yep.
Is there any claims outside of the Bible that we can use, that you've looked at to maybe consider the possibility of Jesus, right?
No. I mean, I've looked at claims, I guess, yeah, but like once you actually push on them, they fall apart. It's just later Christians changing things to try to make it sound like Jesus was somebody who was around.
Okay, I see. And just so I can look into them on my own, maybe like what are the strongest claims you've seen? The
For
closest
Jesus?
one. Yes, like, because you said they all fell
There's
apart.
not a
I
lot of
understand.
good ones. I mean, the
But
strongest
maybe
ones?
some okay ones, yeah.
I mean, I get some a lot, like Josephus and Tacitus. I get those a lot, but they're not good.
Okay.
Damn.
Those are the top two, then you would
Those
say?
are the most common two.
Like, if you had to debate yourself from a different position, which position would you use? Because I like to play debate against myself all the time, like devil's advocate.
If I mean, the only thing that you'd have to come up with some weird conspiracy theory on how Jesus existed, basically. It would be a conspiracy theory. It'd be like, oh, hey, they had stories, but they never wrote them down. And also we lost them, even if they did write them down, because people destroyed them, but we don't have any proof of people even knowing that they existed. And then eventually, about 114 years after he died, we finally had somebody sit down and write the story, but he wrote it in a weird way. And so everybody talked shit about him and said that he had wrote it the wrong way, and they were returning it to the original way, which we've lost and can't find any evidence for. Like you would have to be a conspiracy theorist, more or less, in order to try to make Jesus exist.
Right. Okay, I see what you're saying. So maybe, so I was gonna present you with like, okay, there was a bunch of people there that saw him get crucified. They all wrote this stuff down. But then you started talking about like you got to be a conspiracy to believe that that information made it here the way that it made it here with all the
Yeah,
difficulties, right?
because oral transmission, which is what, or oral history, oral tradition,
At some
that is
point,
what
yeah.
I'm appealing to. It's the idea that, or that's what people appeal to, and that's what I would be appealing to in this particular
Mhm.
argument against myself. Because Jesus supposedly dies in 30, but the first gospel that we have shows up in 144, and we've got good reason to believe this. At earliest, you might be able to say that it shows up in the late 130s, which would still be over 100 years later. So how did a story show up 100 years later and they got it right?
Okay.
Like how did that happen?
Yeah,
And
and so many things could have happened to, because it was transmitted orally. You're saying, right? So many
well,
things could
I
have
would
happened.
not even say that it was transmitted orally because we do have mentions of Christians along the way. In those 100
Okay.
years, we do have mentions of Christians, but you
Right,
know who's
of
never
course.
mentioned beside him? Jesus. So you end up with a weird
Mhm.
a weird like you have to come up with some story as to how the Christians had
Yeah.
they had a story. They had this. They knew about Jesus in 30 and would talk about him, but never wrote it down. And if they did write it down,
Mhm.
these documents were destroyed. Even though the Romans never mentioned destroying documents and didn't even really know too terribly much about their beliefs until the early 2nd century, it
Right.
just it would
And
be a
you,
weird claim that you'd have to navigate.
yeah, I see what you're saying, and I think I agree.
Could I ask a
And
question right here? Can you hear
yes,
me?
please.
Okay. First off, how you guys
Wait,
doing?
I'm so sorry. Before you do, can I land this one thing? I just wanted to ask this
Yeah,
one.
Oh
no,
yeah,
no, no. It
yeah.
was
Well, it
tied
sounds
into
like
that,
Rue
but I didn't
might
mean
be
to
wrapping up
interrupt.
here, but Rue,
My
Yeah,
bad.
this is my last question.
yeah. What do
Okay,
you
no,
have?
by all means.
It was just a question to pick your brain a little bit for me later. But like, you don't like, have you ever considered that all of that, like those weird anomalies that happen after people claim a certain thing, that what happens with the information? Have you ever considered that that weird anomaly that happens is like demonic oppression against the word? Have
Have
you
I
ever
ever considered that?
that? Yeah.
No.
No.
I'm not
Okay.
just going to grant them magic. Because if I grant them magic or supernatural abilities, I'm going to have to grant that to everybody. And the Mormons say that Jesus, after ascending into heaven, decided to hook left and come over to Central America and preach to the Native Americans down there.
Oh yeah. And they
So, I
surrendered.
mean, if I'm granting one religion magic, I'm going to have to grant the Mormons magic. And they say in their book that it's the truest book that's ever been written.
So that would
So,
be granting magic. I see.
yeah, I'm just not
Okay.
gonna do that.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Yeah.
Oh, what was you? Sorry, I
But anyway,
interrupted you. Go.
yeah, no worries. No, was that it for you there, Rue? Before we move to
Oh yes,
sir?
thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Rue, for coming up. And by the way, you might be interested in it. Me and my data science co-partner, we take a look at the Greek New Testament and we try to
Mhm.
figure out when it was written, and we chop it into pieces, compare it against itself, and even compare it to other things in Greek from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century CE and the 1st century BCE. We find that it's
Mhm.
written in the 2nd century, like I was talking about there. If you're interested
Right.
at all, the ebook is just $3. There's a link in my bio and on the YouTube channel as well.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming up.
Bye.
All right, so really fast, sir, what
Yes.
you got there, sir?
First off, how y'all doing? Kind of nervous, not gonna lie. I've never actually seen the show, and then I was just scrolling, and the YouTube algorithm just sent you to me. But can you hear me fine?
Yeah, I can hear you. It was just it started to echo, and I don't know if it was me or you, but keep
That
going.
might. I got it on speaker, but I'm putting the phone a little closer. But okay. So I guess the part that made me want to intervene at that moment, you were just saying that, and maybe I misinterpreted. You were saying that the earliest gospels weren't written until 150 years after the death of Jesus.
About
Well,
114 years after.
Okay, see, I guess that part like jumped out to me because I was actually want to say reading Corinthians and all of that like yesterday and the day before, and then I just did some researching, and it says those were written. The 7 letters of Paul were written during 40 and 50 AD, so like 100 years shorter. And because I was watching for like I want to say maybe 5 or 10 minutes before I chimed in, one of the things that they were one of the things I already knew, but I wanted to, I guess, confirm, is that one of the things that makes it more valid for him is the fact that he wrote it at those times. People were alive who knew him and the things that he was talking about. So they would have been able to refute it. That's why these are trusted documents. It's not If it was 150 years, I would agree with that. But it was actually closer to 30 to 50 years. There were people who were alive who would be able to refute it. And I'm referring to, let's see, I'm reading this off right now. Romans 1 and 2, Corinthians, Galatians, Philippians, First Thessalonians, and Philemon. I haven't read those last three. I'm not necessarily
So
through
how
all
did
of
they
them.
date them to the first century?
How did they date them?
Yep.
I'd have to research that more, but then I also have to ask you, how did they date them to 150?
I didn't say 150. I
you
just
said
114 years after the death of Jesus.
Okay, my apologies. Well, how did they date them to 114? Like,
Because the
did you
first time
inform
that
them
first time that the Pauline epistles or a gospel is published is in 144. Even multiple church fathers attest to the fact that the first time that they were published was by Marcion in 144. Tertullian himself, writing in 200, said, he's a Christian church father, he says he has to take Paul's existence on faith, and the only reason he does so is because he has his edits of Paul's letters. Otherwise, he believes that Marcion just discovered Galatians, which is what you just claimed was written in the middle of the first century. So no, we don't have any evidence of it. Nothing in the Pauline epistles shows that it was written in the first century. And the first time that we get any mention of it is, again, in 144.
Okay. Again, I'm not necessarily like a deep historian. It seems like you're more studied on this, but I'm just read off what I, I'm saying, as I research, as I try to refute what you're saying. It says historians date Paul's letters to the 50 ADs by anchoring his life to firmly datable Roman historical events, analyzing internal clues in his writings, and evaluating early Christian history.
Are these events talked about in the Pauline epistles?
Let me ask. I would, as I type this in, I would assume yes. But I haven't elaborated. Let's see, because none of the original letters contain a written calendar, scholars use a combination of three methodologies. And then they link to a YouTube video. I'm not going to get through all of that, but you said, are these videos linked to the...
No, are the events that it's talking about found in Pauline epistles?
It says, yes, the events described in early Christian history, specifically in the Bible book of Acts, are deeply linked to Paul's letters. Okay, well, I guess elaborate on...
See, that's the thing. So there's a book. It is known as Acts, all right? And
Acts of the Apostles.
And Acts of the Apostles. That is written by the person who, more or less, I'll say the compiler for at this moment right now, the compiler of the Gospel of Luke. Unfortunately, one thing that me and my data science co-partner are very sure of, so sure that I could say that I'm just as sure that Luke and Acts were written in the middle of the 2nd century as I am that I'm talking to you on TikTok right now. That is how sure I am. The Gospel of Luke utilizes the gospel that was published by Marcion in 144 as its primary content from about chapters 4 to 22. What that means is that Acts is explicitly after Luke, which means Acts is written in the middle of the 2nd century. This is just a story that came out after people already had some Pauline epistles that were published in 144 by Marcion as well. So what it does is it just kind of says that Paul went to different locations. Now, Acts is pulling from a lot of material. Actually, there's many scholars who have actually said that the author of Acts and Luke is aware of Josephus, because Josephus was a historian there in the late 1st century, and he gives a lot of information about what happened in the 1st century and even the early 1st century, early to mid 1st century. So Luke and Acts, the author there is pulling from Josephus, and he's that's how he's aware of these events. None of these events are mentioned in Paul's letters. So what's happening here, just to let you know in a nutshell what happened, is you searched up how do we date things to the letters of Paul to the 1st century, and it told you because there's things that happen in the 1st century that are in Acts, which says happens to Paul or Paul is around, and Paul supposedly wrote the letters, so they must be written at that point. But if Acts is written in the middle of the 2nd century, using the works of a historian who talked about those events, then that in no way, shape, or form means that it's written by somebody who was actually there or about someone who was actually there. They're just pulling it from prior material. That's the point. So they are dating Paul by using dating Paul's letters using Acts, which used Josephus, which was published in the late 1st century. It's not some way to actually date Paul to the 1st century. It's just kind of it's like it's just a how would I say it? It's just a tradition. It's part of the story. That's like saying when can we date the letter of Sirius Black? Because Sirius Black is a character in the Harry Potter books. And if you work backwards, you can see that Harry Potter in the book is said to have been born in 1980. So therefore, that means that Sirius Black must have wrote this letter sometime in the 90s. And it's like, well, you're basing it all off of something that's not really historical in the first place. So, okay, like it doesn't really go anywhere. It's just a circular reasoning.
Okay. I'm gonna on that point, because as I said before, like I'm not a historian with it. I don't really want to like just talk and just like on that. I still want to continue talking.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
on this
I mean,
point,
it's
I
fine.
really don't have like, you know what I'm saying? When you get that deep into the Josephus, I don't necessarily know enough information to dispute. Like I feel like there's things I should be saying and should know and have arguments. Like I've Googled some stuff, but it's just me Googling some stuff. It's not actually me knowing this core. You know what I'm saying? I have more that I want to say, but in this particular argument, like at that level of depth, I don't think I really have anything that could like concrete dispute. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm like saying from that point?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. But in reference to, so I guess I have to just kind of like hold that point. The only thing I guess I'll leave it off on this point because I did Google when you said the Gospel of Luke uses the Gospel of Marcion. Was that correct?
Yeah.
This was my first time hearing this,
Mhm.
but Google just said the short answer is mainstream historical consensus says no, but a growing and vocal minority of modern scholars say yes. I assume that's like you would fall into the modern
the
scholars.
the growing and vocal scholars. Yep, and it's growing because the mainstream, the consensus, basically what that means is that the majority believes one particular thing, but the majority of scholarship basically is, I mean, that's how things work. You move forward as there's a growing field. That basically means that the newer, more modern scholarship is seeing that this is the case, whereas older paradigm and everything is still stuck on that. It's like saying, hey, once we found out that the Earth went around the sun and not the other way around, at one point in time, the minority opinion was that the Earth went around the sun. And it took time as people saw more and more evidence, and the old guard died out, if you will. That paradigm shift happens, and you suddenly realize, okay, we are now, the consensus is that Earth goes around the sun. You know, that's the idea. So it just depends on evidence. So the consensus doesn't really mean that much. It's all about evidence, and you can see that the evidence is leading the more modern scholarship to understand that Luke utilizes Marcion and not the other way around.
Okay, so I understand why you would feel that way because obviously you're on the side of it, and I do think that argument is like solid. My only, I guess, part that sticks out to me is that normally, yes, that always happens. Is newer things come and replace the older things. That's like the order of life. I don't know if that's always necessarily an improvement.
Yeah. So
Just
the
based throughout,
evidence.
like,
So what is the evidence that Luke came before Marcion?
oh no, I'm not even like arguing that.
Well,
I'm more
I
so
know.
one
It's just
part.
I get what you're saying overall, but in this particular case, there is no evidence that Luke came before Marcion. The only thing we have, it starts in about 180. You have a guy named Irenaeus. He's the first one to give us like the names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John for the Gospels, and he stated that Marcion in 144 took the Gospel of Luke, which he believes came out in the 1st century, and Marcion took pieces out of it. And to make his gospel, he ripped pieces out of it. But he claims that Marcion's students, the Marcionites or whatever, he says they claim that the inverse is true, that their gospel came first, which is called Evangelion. Evangelion comes first, and then someone came around and added to it to make the Gospel of Luke. So he kind of creates a we say this, they said this kind of situation. Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
But what happens is scholars generally will just take his word for it. even though we don't have any mention of Luke prior to Marcion. We don't have anybody quoting it or anything like that. Nothing at all. They're just taking Irenaeus' word for it. But what we can find in the text, or like there's even like actual verses in the New Testament, in the Gospel of Luke, that shows that this is very clearly something that is coming after other Gospels, and it is showing that it's using Evangelion as its source. Like, we can see that it's got other source material. And when we dive into it using data science, we can actually see it even clearer, even more clearly, because you have again, chapters roughly 4 through 22 come up as a completely different author. And what that means is that it's not that Marcion took from Luke, it's that someone else added to what Marcion had. Because one of those authors is explicitly what Marcion had in his content. So it's incredibly obvious that Luke comes after Marcion. The only way that you could argue the other way is just by taking Irenaeus' word for it. That's it.
Okay. I understand that. I want to transition at some point, well, in a second, to the art. At this point, I'm really just shooting back like random Google searches. And I don't feel like that's like a good, you know what I'm saying, a solid argument. I mean, it's solid, but basically the last thing I put in was, what is the evidence that Luke came before Marcion? And they said a combination of external historical testimonies, internal Lucan vocabulary patterns, and inconsistencies within Marcion's theology. Now, I imagine you have arguments for that I haven't necessarily thought about, because
I don't even really know what it's trying to hint at, really.
Okay. But yeah, it says, this is saying, while a minority of modern scholars favor Marcion priority, mainstream textual criticism maintains that Luke came first. But again, I'm not, it's
right.
just a Google
and what,
search.
yeah, what's the evidence it gives?
What's the evidence? Okay, let me scroll down. Early church witnesses, patristic evidence, the most
early church witnesses to what?
I'm reading it, bro. We're learning this together right now. The most direct historical evidence comes from the explicit accounts written by early Christian writers who lived shortly after Marcion. The accusations of mutilation. Church fathers like Tertullian, am I pronouncing that right? Tertullian, in his volume against Marcion, Irenaeus,
the guy who I mentioned,
Irenaeus, right? And Epiphanius explicitly stated that Marcion took an existing, widely circulated Gospel of Luke and intentionally edited it. That was the first claim. The next
that's
one
what
is,
I said. Yeah. Okay. So in other words, what I told you.
Let me just close this out, since
sure.
This ties into the early church witnesses part. And it says, no alternative origin claim. Marcion himself never claimed to have written a gospel from scratch. According to early records, he claimed he was merely restoring the true gospel, which he believes had been corrupted by pro-Jewish additions back to its original pure Pauline form. That's the whole thing. That's what they said.
Yeah, I don't know what source that is, but no, he does not claim that he restored it. He said that he brought it about, like that his gospel was first. It came to him through revelation.
Okay, well, I'll look more into this, because again, I'm not familiar with Marcion. I just wanted to, when I heard you, that's what kind of made me want to chime in. So maybe that added info to somebody who does know more about Marcion, and they can Google it in their time, you know, or maybe you can look into it more, and you can, you know what I'm saying, even strengthen your argument in favor of what you're saying, you know what I'm saying, and believe into it more. I'm really like out of my depth at this point with this whole like Marcion argument. I'm just Google searching, and then luckily I know how to communicate to AI to get the answers like when I really need them. But this isn't, I don't want to make it seem like, oh, hey man, I have all these deep convictions about this. I'm learning this as I'm reading it to you, you know? So I'm just trying to come honestly on that.
Gotcha.
All right. So, but I wanted to transition, I think, more so to the existence of Paul, because did you say that you didn't believe he existed at all, or just
correct
in the, okay, so you didn't, all right, so that's interesting to me, because I guess I want to work out a framework. When you say it didn't exist at all, do you also like believe that there is no evidence of the existence of Hannibal Barca, or maybe Alexander the Great? Well, Alexander has cities named after him, if you count that as evidence. Or Socrates, because Socrates, I don't think, ever wrote anything about himself. It was all written by Plato. You know, and wouldn't that be the same?
So Plato is a contemporary of Socrates, along with Xenophon and Ptolemy, who we can date based on the coins with his likeness on it, So that's 3 contemporaries of him who write about him. There's not a single contemporary of Paul who writes about Paul. There's not a single contemporary of Jesus who writes about Jesus. Alexander the Great, we have the Babylonian Astronomical Diary, which was written during his lifetime and records his death. We also have multiple fragments from his personal historians, as well as some government records or some administrative documents that talk about how Alexander the Great came through and kicked their ass militaristically in a particular path that is said to be the path that he traveled, which is why we have cities named after Alexander, like you mentioned. So we do have actual contemporaries of him who talked about him. Let's see. On top of that, as far as Hannibal goes, I haven't looked into Hannibal, so I don't know. Yeah, I could be swayed either way. I don't care. But as far as Socrates goes and Alexander the Great goes, we do have contemporaries. We do not have contemporaries for Paul, nor do we have contemporaries for Jesus that mention them. Coins and busts there for them. Anything else? I can't hear you if you're off the app. So if you're off the app and talking, I can't hear you.
My bad. I didn't realize that was happening. I thought I could hear you, so I thought you could hear me back. I did click off the app. That's a solid argument because I was Googling it, and it seems as though, there are no contemporaries in terms of like his peers, which I guess now that I'm reading this, that ties into the more of the belief, because if you had just solid evidence on the thing of Jesus, it would be like just a fact versus faith. But as far as the existence of Paul, okay. So you don't think any of that existed? Like you don't think he went to jail? You don't think the Corinthians?
No. Do we have any letters back to Paul? Does anybody say they only have one letter? Say what? What was that?
There were 7 letters.
There's no letter to Paul.
Are you saying letters to Paul?
Yeah, there's no letter to Paul. People always have multiple letters because it's meant to be a collection. How the fuck would they have multiple letters? What are you guys going around to all these different churches and reading them up? What are you talking about? How would you even know that another church had a letter? How would one church be able to say, "Oh, did you get the one that was over to Ephesus?" How? On top of that, Paul's not even a fucking name. It's a diminutive. We don't have any evidence of anybody with the name Paul prior to that. It means the small one. That's why they gave him a real name in Acts, is they give him a back name. But in the Pauline epistles, he never mentions that he ever had another name.
Let me research something because I was looking things up before I joined the chat, but we kind of got onto a tangent.
He's just a little guy. But yeah, no, Paul definitely didn't exist. He's never mentioned outside of Christianity once, despite the fact that apparently he runs into Gallio, whose little brother is Seneca, who writes 127 moral epistles in the middle of the 1st century, telling you how to be a good person. They're also fake, by the way. They're not actual letters that were sent anywhere. They were sent to a fake person, or claimed to be to a fictional person. They're meant to be read as a collection, kind of like Paul's letters. That's the idea, and that's probably where they got the idea for Paul to begin with. But his older brother Gallio is who Paul runs into as a judge. That's weird that nobody ever mentions him. He also runs into Festus, another judge who, again, according to Acts, he almost persuades to be a Christian. Yet again, nothing. Seneca never mentions him. Gallio never mentions him. Festus never mentions him. Or at least we don't have any mention of him alongside him. I mean, you would expect that we would see something about Paul if he was this infamous person who's constantly getting to shipwrecks. By the way, again, one of the shipwrecks that he gets into is one that's lifted from Josephus's autobiography, which was published in 99. Same ship, same destination for the same purpose, same shipwreck, same destination, or ended up in the same spot after the shipwreck. It's not a real story. They're lifting it off of
all right.
prior
So I have
works.
to, again, because this is deemed to be this one. I don't know. It just sits. I feel more comfortable, I guess, refuting it, even though I don't fully have the information. So my apologies. But again, I'm still Google searching just to add to it. So I guess the thing I looked up was just evidence of Paul's existence. And again, it says the first, I guess the thing you were disputing, which was the 7 letters of Paul, blah, blah, blah. But the thing that I guess stuck out to me more so was the ending, which is early patristic writings. And it says, within decades of his death, early church leaders like Clement of Rome, a person who existed, written around 95 AD, Ignatius of Antioch, and Polycarp, explicitly write about Paul as a real person whose direct impact and execution in Rome were fresh in corporate memory.
Yeah.
So why would they all write about a person that never existed? You can't dispute that they didn't exist. So why would they just all, and again, they're not Christians, they're Roman people.
So First Clement, which it says is written in 95, doesn't even say that Clement wrote it. Also, on top of that, it doesn't say anything about it being written in 95. The only reason it's dated to 95, and I'll pull this up here. I've actually got this already pulled up because people bring it up all the time. Okay. Right here, it says, owing, dear brethren, to the sudden and successive calamitous events which have happened to ourselves. That's it. That's why they dated to 95. That's it. I'm not shitting you. That's the entire reason. I'm not kidding.
Well, you're saying that's the entire quote of owing Clement?
There for Clement, for First Clement, like the letter to the Corinthians.
Okay.
This is the entire reason. This section is the entire reason that they date it to 95. That's it.
Okay.
You can look it up. That's the dumbest thing that I've ever heard. Like, I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying that, like, the idea that this is written in 95 is incredibly stupid, because they try to say, oh, this must be when, like, Domitian was persecuting the Christians in 95. But not only is this very clearly not saying anything about Domitian, like, it doesn't say anything about him. On top of that, Domitian didn't persecute the Christians in 95. He persecuted the Jewish people, not the Christians. And multiple scholars pointed this out in the 1900s, saying that actually Domitian didn't do anything to the Christians. But yet, for some strange reason, they still date this letter that they say is from Clement, even though it never says it's from Clement. They still date it to 95, or the scholarship is still stuck on this 95 dating for no good reason.
My question, and maybe I misunderstood like your response. I wasn't necessarily disputing the dating. I was just more so was, if Paul didn't exist, why are they even talking about this guy?
So Clement, we actually see Clement being mentioned in a book called The Shepherd of Hermas, which was written in the middle of the 2nd century. Christians even admit to that. And in that text, it said that the author of The Shepherd of Clement, The Shepherd of Hermas, he said he tasked Clement with delivering a letter for him. And this would have been the middle of the 2nd century. What this means is that even if Clement did write that letter, it would have been after Marcion in 144. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We don't have any evidence of Paul prior to 144 by Marcion. Ignatius, by the way, is said to have been dated, like his death, around 108 to 110 by a guy named Eusebius, who's an admitted liar, by the way. No historian today who doesn't just take Eusebius' word for it puts the death of Ignatius around 108 to 110. Usually they put it from 140 to 160, with a more recent scholar, M. David Litva, who was Christian, by the way, who said that the Ignatius letters date to about 165 to 170. So more recent scholarship, yet again, has shown us that Clement did not write that early. Ignatius did not write that early. They come after Marcion. Marcion is still the first person to bring up Paul. These other ideas that they have, where they're talking about like Clement or Ignatius and stuff, it's, again, just old hat. It's got just as much evidence that they are writing in that time period that just Paul's existence in general has. Like, none. It's just, it falls apart. Okay. More modern scholarship that is able to take a look at this and actually dive into these texts and see if there's actually some kind of substance behind these claims, sees that there's just not any substance there. It's wishful thinking built upon wishful thinking built upon a bad foundation.
Man, see, I'm still gonna have to look into like what you're saying, because again, every time, and I hope I've been like, I'm not trying to come off as
no, you're good, man.
Cool. I'm about to say I want to be respectful of your channel, man. Because again, I just discovered everything. But every time like I Google what you say, like it just, and again, I know Google is just a search engine compiling information, but I typed in, is Marcion the first person to bring up Paul? Because that was the thing that stuck out to me.
Okay.
And I know I'm not gonna go into. I know, because you probably have these arguments over and over, and people Google chatting and stuff. So humor me for the second. But it just said no, Marcion's not the first person to bring up Paul.
Yeah.
And then 7 earlier people, earlier people
It's
before
just
his
going to
ministry
bring up
did a
Clement
lot.
and it's going to bring up Ignatius.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't
Clement
have
and
anybody
Ignatius.
else who brings up Paul prior to that.
Yeah. So okay, I'm not going to like just bring you in circles, even though it feels like a new route for me, because I know this is probably just a conversation you have more so.
I understand, but no. So Clement is not before. There's no way to definitively date that before Marcion. Ignatius, the same thing. In fact, the content itself found within Ignatius places it later on.
Okay.
And external content about Clement, which again, Clement isn't mentioned in First Clement, but the external information about Clement places him later on too. So it's just, it falls apart. These are just what you're doing is you're searching for things, and Google is just going to give you, or this AI, whatever, is going to give you what it's going to do is it's going to give you the most popular websites. The most popular websites are going to be apologetics things that are going to be addressing these kind of conversations, and at the very least, it's going to be bringing up scholars that again are outdated. More modern scholarship has said this is later. These are later things, and I'm not even a scholar, and I'm able to point out these problems with these particular issues, with these claims of Polycarp being not Polycarp, but with Clement being prior to Marcion or Ignatius being prior to Marcion. It just it doesn't work anymore. It's outdated.
All right. Well, on those 2 points, I'll definitely do my research more, and if I come back with some information, maybe a few weeks or months down the line, I'll get to that. But I guess on the last one, on Jesus, this one is an interesting one because I don't know if my argument, and I don't even know if it's an argument, is based on evidence. But I guess my first premise, and I guess this is the thing that leads me to believe Jesus was a real person, but also like God in human form and all of that. But okay, so you do believe that the disciples existed. You just might believe that
No.
So you don't necessarily believe they
There's
existed.
no mention of the 13 disciples ever outside of Christianity.
That's okay. See, that's interesting because that kind of I don't know. I believe that they existed.
You have beliefs that have been, they're your beliefs, and
Yes.
you're basing this off of what you have been told. But what you have been told does not stand up on its own. There is no evidence whatsoever that any of the disciples mentioned in the New Testament ever existed. Like, I'm not even kidding you. No one mentions them until the middle of the 2nd century. And no one mentioned, and those are just Christians. No one outside of Christianity ever mentions them. It's just not a thing.
Okay, see, the thing that I guess sits wrong with me about that is more so I'm not necessarily a historian, but I am pretty familiar with just people, you know what I'm saying? And I think we can, in terms of the human consistency, I think that's the thing that makes a true story check. I'm also do Google searching as I've been doing.
The human consistency? What are you talking about?
Like, I'll get what you mean. Like, in terms of like, people don't tell stories about themselves that make themselves sound bad. People don't pass down stories like makeup. If we had a story, if I was saying me and you were hanging out, right? I don't know
when
you.
When do the disciples tell any of these stories?
In the literally the books they've written. You know what I'm saying?
When do the disciples write anything? What disciple do you think is writing something?
Matthew, Mark, Luke.
When does it say in Matthew that it's written by Matthew? Also, Mark and Luke aren't disciples.
Fair enough, but Matthew.
Like, when in Matthew does it say it's written by Matthew?
That doesn't, I guess, say particularly that it's written by.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't even say it's written by somebody who knew Matthew.
So who do you think it's written by?
We don't know, but it shows up in the middle of the 2nd century.
So if we don't know, then how can you? Okay, well, if we don't know, then isn't there just as much evidence? You can't necessarily say it wasn't then. You didn't say you have an evidence that it was written.
Oh, well, we know it can't be Matthew because it's written in the middle of the 2nd century. He couldn't be alive at that point. And Matthew uses some of the material that's found in Evangeline, and it's a refutation to Marcion's theology. Marcion believed that Jesus was this God, the Son of God the Father, which is a completely different God from Yahweh, and he descends down from heaven as a fully grown man and does miracles and teaches some people some philosophy, heals people and everything, then dies on the cross, not for sins, but to purchase humanity's souls from Yahweh, because Yahweh is this cruel, unjust God of the Old Testament. And then he just kind of fucks around for a little bit and the story ends. But in Matthew, Jesus he says, hey, I did not come to abolish the law, I came to fulfill it. It is also utilizing material. I don't know. Have you ever heard of the Q document? Have you ever heard that?
I've heard that term. I'm not
Okay, the Q
necessarily
document
familiar
is okay. Let me show you this. We're actually going to just do this deep dive here. Might as well. Fuck it. Who cares? All right. So when you're taking a look at this two-source hypothesis,
Sam Shamoon video. But
say what?
I said I've heard the Q document in like a Sam Shamoon video or something like that.
Probably or something. I don't know. But so taking a look at this is two-source hypothesis. This is currently right now the overwhelming majority of scholars believe that in the two-source hypothesis. It's the idea that the material in purple is the material that is found in Matthew, Luke, and Mark. Then you have material that is green for Matthew, exclusive Matthew stuff, teal for Luke, and then you have blue material, which is found in Matthew and Luke, but they say it must come from some other document. And the reason for this is because it's found in Matthew and Luke, but not found in Mark. So where did they get their information? All the information that is found in those particular sections are found in Marcion's Evangelion. Q is a hypothetical document that exists in the first century. They're never going to fucking find it. That's why they call it Q, which is short for Quell, which is German for source. It's a hypothetical document. They believe that it exists, but they don't know what it is because they keep looking in the wrong century. If they just move over to the second century, they'll see that it's Evangelion. All the information that needs to be in there is Evangelion, which is the gospel from Marcion. So again, Matthew and Luke, they pull from Evangelion as well as materials there from Mark. I'd also like to point out, this is a particular concept. This is something that is held by some scholars who make some decent arguments. And it automatically went down to the evidence thing, but okay. This is called Matthean posterior hypothesis. It's the idea that Matthew was written after Luke and Mark. All right. The reason for this is because of the fact, whenever we go down to evidence, you'll see here, this is some of the best evidence for it. Matthew contains passages that are conflations of elements drawn from Mark and Luke. For example, Matthew chapter 9, 14 through 17, 9, 35 through 10, 12, 22 through 30, 12, 31 through 32, 19, 23 through 30, and 24, 23 through 28. So the point is, these sections right here, those are 6 examples of times that a story in Mark that doesn't have anything to do with the story in Luke, like it's different time periods of Jesus or something like that, or different stories of Jesus, Matthew puts them together and jams them together. There's no example of this in any other gospel. It says this phenomenon is unique to Matthew, for there is no similar array of passages in Luke that are composed of elements drawn from Mark and Matthew. Again, Mark comes before Matthew and Luke, but the issue is Matthew seems to know information that is in Luke. And so some scholars say Matthew, for some reason, needs to be after Luke. But every single one of these examples, all 6 of them, it takes information from Mark, and then it takes information from Luke. All the verses that it's taking from Luke are the verses that are explicitly also found in Evangelion. What I'm saying is, Matthew is aware not of Luke, but Evangelion. The arguments that Luke come after Matthew are all based off of verses that are not found in Evangelion. So again, it goes Evangelion and Mark right around the same time, Matthew, and then Luke. Matthew comes after Luke in the sense that it comes after Evangelion, which was used to make Luke, like I said earlier, and then the Gospel of Luke as we know it shows up after Matthew. So we have a timeline that is very consistent and literally answers all of these problems. There are scholars who think Matthew has to come after Luke, and there's plenty of scholars who go Luke needs to come after Matthew. It's technically both of them, technically. But it requires that these are in the 2nd century and Marcion is first. And as luck would have it, data science shows us that Marcion came before Luke, and Luke used it, and we have no evidence of any gospel prior to Marcion. So not only do we solve questions that scholars have been asking, we also fix problems. So The point is, it's just a different timeline. Marcion is absolutely the first one. Marcion is the Q document. This is where this material comes from. So because Marcion is producing this kind of stuff, people are talking, they're trying to refute it. Matthew is a refutation to Marcion's gospel. Luke straight up uses Marcion's gospel and adds to it to try to refute it. John is later after Luke and everything like that. It's kind of a hybrid gospel. But all of the gospels come after Evangelion.
All right, I'm looking into this more because again, I have to, and I'm probably have to get off the channel in a second, man, because I feel like I'm at the end of my wits with it. But I just was again checking, and it says this is a whole new argument to me. The Evangelion was used to make Luke, and I think you just kind of referenced this with your the picture you of I forgot what it's called, the Q square, the Q.
Yeah, the two source hypothesis there.
Yeah, two source hypothesis.
Yeah.
I didn't necessarily. What do you do about the? I guess it says the missing Sondergrut argument. Statistically, Marcion Gospels. Sorry, messing up my words. Statistically, Marcion Gospels contain plenty of material that Luke shares with Matthew and Mark. However, it is missing about 75% of the material that is completely unique to Luke, known to scholars as Sondergut. The argument, scholars argue that if Marcion were just trying to delete Jewish things, he wouldn't selectively argue Luke's unique parables while leaving in shared passages. It makes much more historical sense that a later editor took the Evangelion and expanded it by weaving in a massive chunk of separate, unique oral traditions to create canonical Luke.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? That's your argument? So that
more or less, yeah.
Okay. Because that's, again, this is all like a new thing. So, okay, I have to look more into this. So this is your argument. Yeah, again, man, I'm not familiar enough with this, I guess, to dispute on this level. Again. So I think I probably have to bow out gracefully.
I tell you right now, there's no one who's going to be able to dispute it because, again, we do not. It's not just you; it's also literally everybody because this is the timeline. We can not only see it within the text itself. There's verses within Luke that show that it uses Evangelion. Just logically, it flows as well because as you go. The earlier the gospel is, the more likely it is that it's used for something else later on. Does that make sense? Like yes. Someone has used it because it's prior. So like, for instance, Mark comes first and Mark is used like in the four canonical gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Mark is the first of those four. So therefore Mark is going to be used the most. Whereas the last one is John, and some of John is going to be unique to John, or quite a bit of John is going to be unique to it because there's not many gospels after it. Does that make sense? Yeah. So the point is, you get to Mark, which is the earliest of the four canonical gospels, and 97% of Mark is used somewhere else. So that's a pretty high number. 100% of Luke, 100% of Evangelion is used elsewhere. 100% of it, all of it.
Okay.
So what that means is that just like statistically, we can see, okay, very clearly, like using logic here. The earlier a document is, the oldest it is, or the older it is, or the earliest it is, the more likely it is to use somewhere else. Say what?
Like a parent having genetics with his children, or like grandparents.
Yeah, sort of, kind of, yeah.
It's all represented because they're all passed down.
Yeah, it's like a trickle down kind of thing. Yeah, but as far as so we got the text reasons, like there's certain verses we haven't got into it, but you said that you're about the wits in here, but there's text verses or the verses. There's a textual argument for it. There's like a logical argument for it, which is what I just presented. Then there's the data science argument, which clearly shows using stellometry, which is a peer-reviewed and accepted form of literary analysis, which seeks to attribute authorship, that says the section between 4 through 22 of Luke is a completely different author, which wouldn't make sense if Luke wrote it and then Marcion took from it. And that section is the material that Marcion has. So, yeah, it's Marcion. Like there's not really any way around it. It's Marcion. So we know of this. It's just it takes a long time for scholarship to shift because they're still either just accepting what Irenaeus said, accepting what Epiphanius, accepting what the church fathers later after Marcion said, or they're just kind of using wishful thinking because they don't like the idea that these gospels could be that late. Already there are scholars today, like more conservative scholars like Gary Habermas or something like that, who tries to claim that the gospels, all four of them, were written like within just a couple decades of Jesus's life, like 10 to 20 years or something, which is insane. Like, it's an insane claim. But there are already people who the reason he does that is because he has a problem with the mainstream dating, which is Mark shows up in 70, John about all the way to 110. He doesn't like that because he feels like that's too late. So moving him to the middle of the 2nd century, moving him about 100 years later, is way worse. Like, I mean, it is a massive problem. So the majority of scholars, being religious themselves, are not going to jump onto the bandwagon of, oh, yeah, we've got evidence that like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they're in the middle of the 2nd century. No, they're going to fight that tooth and nail. They're not going to want to let that go at all. If they've got problems already with Mark coming 40 years after Jesus, try 120. Like, that's not going to work. They're going to freak the fuck out about that.
Sorry, I was drinking water.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, man. Like I'm not gonna lie, kind of got caught up in reading the comments for a second while you were in the middle of that.
Oh yeah, no worries.
So my apologies for that. But
yeah, we gotta be careful in them comments.
Man, I mean, it wasn't that bad, honestly. I mean, some people were cool, but other people were like, this guy's still here. I went to the grocery store. And I'm like, hey, man, look, I had a lot of questions, man. He had 3 different points and stuff like that, you know. I say, but yeah. So I'm gonna go and research, I guess, more on the Marcion argument. I guess my last question, and this isn't like for a debate. I don't know because again, I just discovered this channel. Have you ever thought about like debating other people, like other, I guess, streamer style people? I guess the larger YouTubers are working towards that.
So the problem with debating, I'm going to be very honest with you.
Okay.
The problem with like actual debates, like I'm fine with a conversation. I'm fine if they want to have a conversation. That's not an issue. Someone invites me and says, like, if a Christian guy was to say, hey, can you come by my live? That's perfectly fine. If a Christian wants to stop by my live and request up, perfectly fine. Yeah. I don't care. People constantly like, oh, you should talk to Wes Huff. Oh, you should talk to Cliff Knechtel, even though Knechtel actually backed out of a debate against me and my co-author 2 years ago. Yeah. A week before, he and his son Stu, they were going to debate us on Modern Day Debate on YouTube, and they backed out. Yeah,
that's interesting.
Don't know why. Couldn't tell you. I'm not going to claim that they were scared of us, but they backed out. Yeah, but it might be connected. Might be. And in all honesty, I'm not saying that like I'm like the smartest person on the planet or something, but not even close. But what I'm saying is that they probably backed out because of the issue that I have with debating, which is whenever we, my co-author and I, whenever we present our argument and we back it up with what we have, which is like a stellometry, which is data science that goes back over this and confirms what we're talking about here. It like just gives it a spine. Stellometry is the name of that data science that analyzes it. So people like Cliff and Stu Knechtel, they have no idea what that is. Like, they're not data scientists. They're not going to know what the fuck that is. They may have heard of it, but they don't know what it is. They don't know the ins and outs of it. They don't know how to debate against it. So I'm not saying that they're like terrified of it. It's just that they're like, hey, we're going to be talking past each other because we're not going to know what that is. So they're going to be using like older arguments and stuff like that, more traditional arguments, and we would be approaching it and saying like, no, that's not even an issue for us, because these documents are so late and we can back it up using this thing that you don't know about. So a debate, like an actual sanctioned debate with like times and everything where you can talk and then they can talk in response, it doesn't work, because eventually conversations about our dating and why we date these things and how we can confirm them using data science, it turns into a lesson or a lecture as opposed to a debate. It doesn't really work in that style. That's like, it's like going to school and being like, hey, teacher, I understand that you're saying that like you know, 5 to the second power is 25. But why don't you debate one of the students on it? And it's like, well, no, I need to teach you this because you don't know it. So, like, it's not really going to work in a debate style.
Got you. You still have to introduce the
Yeah,
information.
yeah,
in order for it to be
and set it up and explain it. And by the time you do it, your time's up. You know what I mean? Like it's, and then they got a response, and it's like, what are you gonna respond to? Like all you did was talk about data science for like 5 fucking minutes. Like, it's not gonna work.
I can understand that. Well, hopefully, as the information expands, you'll have more, like, I guess, people who are more familiar with the info, and you guys will be able to have those, like, more in-depth disputes, because I don't think I necessarily was able to give you, like, you know what I'm saying, a full, because, again, like you just described, you had to explain some of the info. You had to explain the argument more so before I could even, like, argue back, which is why I hadn't sometimes had to, like, Google search through some of the stuff. But, yeah. So yeah, that's something. Hopefully this grows, you know what I'm saying, and you have more riveting conversations as the time pushes forward. You know,
I'd like to, definitely.
Yeah, man. So yeah, I'm gonna get up out of here. Thank you for having me.
Not a problem.
Appreciate you for the chat.
Yeah, not a problem. Thank you very much for coming up, man.
Yeah, man. You guys be blessed, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, man.
All right, thanks. Let's see here. That was a good conversation. I like that guy. That was a good guy. All right, really fast, some super chats, because if you're on YouTube and you don't have time to come up and have a conversation, or you don't have a TikTok, because that's how I take guests, you can click the link in the chat if you want to come up, or if you don't want to come over to TikTok, that's perfectly fine. Send a super chat. I will read it out loud, I promise, and I will respond to it. The most recent ones are $1.99 from the prototype that says, "Come on, baby. Let's do the queef, queef, queef." Okay. What was that even for? Like, what? I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not even going to worry about it. $2 from Wayne. Sorry, my bad. $4.99 from Tracy, formerly Ianto, that says, "Hey, Big Daddy." My God. How you doing? Anyways. Wait. Let me try that again. I think that wasn't too good. How you doing? Anyways, let's see. Wayne Dameron, $2 from last guest, cool as hell. Oh yeah, he was cool. He was a cool guy. He was just asking some questions and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, he had Google obviously pulled up and everything like that. So it was basically me talking to Google, but nevertheless, or debating against Google, but nevertheless, he's still good. I mean, he was fact checking in real time. It gets frustrating after a while because I like for a little faster conversations lots of times, but it was still very good conversation there that he had. So good stuff. Louis L. Bori, how's it going? All right, never mind. Constantine. Chronicles.
Yo, what's up, man?
Hey.
Yeah, so why should I take it to be the case that Mark was written first?
That Mark was written first?
Yeah, I just heard you talking about Mark and priority, and that seems to be congruent with your timeline, which would predicate your argument. But what if I'm a Matthean priorist?
Okay.
Yeah.
Why would I care about that?
Yeah, because what does that do to your timeline if I'm a Matthean priorist? That would just poke holes in the argument you had with the gentleman prior, wouldn't it?
No. Why would I care about the order that you have for the 4 canonical gospels?
Okay, so what does Mark being written first do to your timeline?
Nothing.
Okay, what does it do to, let's say, the Marcion's Evangelion? Like, what's the argument there about?
What does Mark being written first do to Evangelion?
Yeah, because the conversation that you had earlier.
Nothing.
Okay, so if Matthew is written first, does this take?
If Matthew is the first of the 4 canonical, it doesn't do anything.
Okay, does it push it into the 1st century?
No.
Okay, why not?
Because it's still based on the information that's found in Evangelion. Not to mention, the only reason that you think Matthew came before Mark is because of a claim for babies. Say what?
Why should I take Evangelion to be authoritative? Give me an argument.
I didn't say it was authoritative.
Why should I take it to be chronologically sufficient to predicate your argument on? Give me an argument.
Because of the fact that we don't have any evidence prior to 144 that Matthew even existed.
Okay, wait a minute. No evidence also.
Yes. Who was the first person to mention Matthew?
Well, by way of Eusebius, we have an independent attestation that comes from Irenaeus, Clement, Origen, Tertullian, and Augustine. So those
That's a
unanimously occurred
word.
to
That's a
Matthew.
word salad, and none of those people are.
Wait a
part
minute.
of
What was the word
144.
salad about it? Do you need me to disambiguate?
Because in no way, shape, or form do those people mention Matthew prior to 144.
Whoa, give me an argument for that.
None of them wrote prior to 144.
Okay, wait. So
name
is it your
one of those
position-
people out of that list that you just named that writes before 144. Yeah,
If
that's
it's
what I
the case
thought,
that,
dipshit.
if it's, whoa, hold on. Hold on a second. If it's the
Name
case
one
that
of
they're
those
writing
people in
why-
that
why are
list you just
panicking? Why are
gave
you
that
panicking?
wrote before 144. Do it.
If it's the position
Do it.
that Matthew is first,
Sweet.
John is last, and P52 pushes it into the first century.
Why would P52 push it into the first century?
Oh yeah, P52 found. When was P52 found?
When was it found?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. As in, when did we actually find the actual document?
Mm-hmm.
Sometime in the 1900s. Oh no. Well, yeah, it depends.
Yeah.
Let me
What
see
is
the
it? What
exact-
dates? What dates do we have on P52 from the Rollins Museum, and what is the consensus that pushes all the other gospels into the
I'm
first
glad
century?
that you asked. We'll do it right now.
Yeah.
So this is the John Rylands Research Institute at the University of Manchester. This is their website. I'm going to read this to you. Widely regarded as the earliest portion of any New Testament writing ever found, it provides us with an invaluable evidence on the spread of Christianity in the provinces of the Roman Empire in the first centuries of our era. The first editor, in other words, the first person to come out with the information, dated the fragment to the first half of the second century, between 100 and 150. The date was estimated paleographically by comparing the handwriting.
What was the date again?
Listen.
What was the date again?
The first editor dated the fragment to the first half of the second century.
First half of the first half of the what?
Listen.
The first half. Wait, hold on. Jared.
The first
When
half
was
of the
it? When
second
was it?
century, between 100 to 150. All right.
Okay, so 100 to 150. The first editor did?
Listen. Yes.
Okay,
Again.
cool. So the first editor pushes it to 1 to 150. Okay,
Yes.
cool.
The
So if that's
listen.
the first, if that's
Listen.
the last, hold on, Jared. Whoa,
listen.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Listen.
If that's the last gospel read, what does that push the other three gospels to?
The date was estimated paleographically by comparing the handwriting with other manuscripts. Recent research points to a date near to 200, but there is as yet
pull that
no
up,
convincing
pull that up.
evidence.
Pull that up.
Nope, I'm reading it. Just look at the screen. Recent
give me the symmetry breaker between the two analyses. Give me the symmetry breaker.
Listen. Recent research points to a date near to 200, but there is as yet no convincing evidence that any earlier fragments from the New Testament survive. So
Okay,
in other
what
words,
does that
no,
push it back to?
listen.
Where does that push it back to, Jared?
Listen. So 200, would that be before or after
Wait a minute.
144?
Why should I accept two?
That's because you said the John
Why should I
Rylands
accept
Institute.
200? Whoa. What does
We
the
just
first one
used
say?
your
Give me
source.
The symmetry breaker between the second one.
We just used your source
Right. Give me the symmetry breaker as to why I should take the late date.
because your source says it.
Okay, my source says so. The first author says what?
The first author of what?
No. The first one who discovered it said what? What did he date
The
it
first one to discover it and date it paleographically said between 100 to 150.
Paleographically, he dated it. Give me the test and the historical critical method that was used to delineate otherwise as appropriate symmetry breaker
Paleography.
as to why I should accept your okay.
Paleography. Do you know what that is? What is it?
Why are you muting me?
I'm not muting you. I'm asking
Why are you
you.
muting
Maybe
me,
a
bro?
mod did or something, but still, what is paleography?
Why are you muting me, bro?
What is paleography?
Okay, listen. Are you gonna mute me again?
I didn't mute you. It was just a mod. Just answer the damn question. What is paleography?
Yeah, it just studies ancient handwriting in order to date and locate, identify manuscripts.
Okay, sweet.
But
And
look,
it
that's
relies
good.
upon
Whoa,
what?
whoa, whoa,
And it
whoa,
relies
whoa.
upon what?
Okay.
What does it rely
It
upon?
relies on how letters are formed, how the scripts evolved over time, and how the
Okay,
writing
so in
materials are
other
used.
words,
Hold on,
other
wait, whoa,
date.
why you-
So
why
in
you-
other
don't
words,
panic.
other
Give me
documents.
the linguistic dependence and the literary dependence on how that was discovered within the paleographic test. Give me
You're
the
going to have to
synopsis.
take that up with your source. Your
Oh,
source
no,
that you.
no, it's your
no,
claim and you're asserting it.
no. I'm not claiming
Jared,
it. Your
hold on.
source
Give me
did.
give me the HCM, Jared.
Your source did. Your source claimed that it was 200 CE. That's
Okay, wait a
when
minute.
it dates to.
200 C, but the first source is what? Give me the symmetry breaker between them if they're both using paleography.
More
What's the
data.
decision?
It literally says recent research as far as more data,
Give me
more
the name.
manuscripts.
Give me the name.
The name of what?
Give me the name of the paleographer.
The paleographer? The
Mm-hmm.
paleographer would be, let's see, Bernard Greenfell. Sorry,
Okay, what is the
Bernard
name of the
Pine
first one?
Greenfell.
What is the name of the first one?
That's the name.
Okay, what's the last, and is that the maximal date or is that the middle date, and what's the range between the dates?
Let's see. Hold up.
So
hold up.
So how precise do the dates get between the
Okay,
decoding
here we
of
go.
the
And then
linguistic
Elizabeth
analysis and
Go,
the
Carly
paleography?
Richardson, these people. So again, you're going to have to take this up
Why
with
aren't you
your
answering my
source.
question, Jaron?
Because your source is the one that said it was dated to
Jared,
200.
that's not what I asked you. You keep talking
It,
about
it doesn't.
my source.
It doesn't. It
Jared,
doesn't matter. Do you have any other?
What is the time gap between paleography? How is this asserted? Give me
the time
synopsis.
gap between paleography.
Yeah,
what are you even asking?
How do they come to these conclusions? Tell me, Jared. Tell everyone.
Due to paleography, which is
Okay,
studying
yeah,
of
you keep
handwriting.
saying that's begging the question. I'm asking you how these things come to be concluded.
Okay, you're going to
Give
have
me
to
the
take
test
it up.
results.
You're going to have to take it up with your
So
source.
you don't know? Why don't you know, Jared?
I don't know the individual things for your source.
Jaron, this is bad, bro.
Sweet.
So is it
So
the case that there's a 50-year gap or a 100-year?
Listen, did you bring up the John Rylance Institute? Did you bring that up as your source?
Why are
Yes
you
or no?
muting me, dude?
Did you bring that up as your source? Yes or no?
Yeah, and you've already been dog walked
Okay.
on it.
So
now-
did your
now
source?
we've got it
Did
to the
your
first century,
source?
and you should
Did
concede the
your
point.
source say that recent
Now
research
you got
points?
it to the first century, and we should concede
Sweet.
the point, Jaron.
Did your source say that due to recent research, it points to a date near to
Okay,
200?
recent research. Give me the synopsis. There's two different
You're
sources.
gonna have
Which
to
source
take
do you
it up
wanna
with
use?
your source.
What's wrong with my source? How
I'm
many sources of
taking your
paleographers
source.
were there?
I'm taking your source,
How
and
do
it
I
says
know which
200.
paleographer to go with? The one that the
Because
critics
your
love, or
source
the one
says
that was the
200.
earliest dating. Which one should I go with, Jaron, and why?
Well, considering your source
Give me
says
the
200,
HCM.
Your source says to go with the 200.
Okay, well, hold on. My source has got 2 or 3 different paleographers. Which one are you choosing, and which one am I choosing?
The more recent
Tell me
one,
why I
because
should
that's what
accept
your
it.
source says. Did you want to
How many
change sources?
How many paleographers are there?
How many paleographers? It doesn't say.
How many? Oh, okay. Sharon, this is so awesome, bro. so a paleographic analysis of P52. Give me
Dates
that.
it to 200 as more recent research comes in.
Oh, wait a minute, but the first one didn't. So what's the synopsis between the two? And why
More
should I
recent
accept the later
research?
reading?
Because recent research changes things.
Okay, why should I accept the recent versus the first? Why?
Because that's how science
give me
works.
give me the paleographic historical critical method on how it was decided, and give me a reason to believe it why I should accept the second reading. And if that's not the case, then
You're
I'm
gonna have to
perfectly
take that up with your
justified
source
in
because
taking
your
all the other ones
source-
to be within a first century documentation.
Sweet.
Gross.
Your source is the one that said that recent research points to a date near to 200, and there's as yet no convincing evidence that any earlier texts survive. So I don't know what to tell you, man. Your actual source, and you tried to cut me off before I read that because you read ahead and saw that it said 200, so you tried to cut me off after I read this. But yeah, your source in specific said 200. If you have a problem with that, you can take it up with your source. I don't have to. I don't have to explain your source. It was your argument. That was your evidence. And it didn't go your way, did it? Yeah, that's how that works. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the next person there. Cannabinoid, what you got? You there? Oh.
I didn't request intentionally.
Oh.
Great
Oh,
work.
okay.
Love your book.
All right, thanks for coming up, man. All right, let's see. We got some other people who were requested up here. Decon Blue, it looks like. All right. Can't hear you. If you're off the app, I just can't hear you. I don't know. And I accepted somebody else here, so hopefully they come up. Oh, I don't know if they're going to connect or not. All right. And Decon Blues are friendly? Oh, I had no idea. They were up, but just not on the app, I guess. I'm trying to bring up this it says NJT 19931. I think I've talked to them before, but I don't know. Oh, and they didn't connect. All right, if you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Otherwise, we'll just kind of keep going. Let's see. We got $1.99 from Elope Nope says, Jaren is our Q-dad. Oh, well, thank you. Sounds like crawdad. And that's kind of funny. Then we got $2 from Gabe Horn Rules. Oh, I think I'm supposed to say that faster or whatever. What would Equifian priority do to your argument? And the answer is nothing. Not really. All right. $4.99 from Sigmar or something. I don't know how to say your last name, though. Is there any deeper reason why Nazareth is chosen for Jesus' birthplace by Marcion and the Proto-Catholics? It's not his birthplace by Marcion. He interacts with the city, but it doesn't say that he's from there. Shouldn't they know it's a newer town? I think more of the connection is found there, explained there in Matthew 2. So it's more of a theological reason than really anything else. So when we take a look at the end here of Matthew 2, it says, there he, that's Joseph, made his home in a town called Nazareth, so that what had been spoken through the prophets might be fulfilled. He will be called a Nazarene. So this is not a word that's in the Old Testament. This is not a word or a place that's in the Old Testament. So it's really strange. But some people will try to point to there's a couple times that this is maybe this is pulled from, like for instance when it talks about Samson and it says that the boy will be a Nazarite from birth, but that's a Nazarite, like a particular vow, as opposed to somebody from an area. There are some people who say that it means branch, like it's pulling from like there's a branch of Jesse or something. And he will be called a branch, but that doesn't make any sense. Like, I guess what they're saying is someone from Nazareth is a Nazarene, and Nazarene is the closest word to branch. I guess it's like a weird theological reason. I think that's more of the concern. They're seeing that, and this is if they're using that branch of Jesse argument or verse. If that's the case, they might say, oh, he needs to be something that has the Nazar root in it for a word. And Nazarene would have that root, so let's put him in Nazareth so that he's a Nazarene, because that's the closest way that we can get him to be called a branch. That is me steel manning that's basically me giving as much as I can to these authors. That's a bit of a stretch, I feel like. The most likely thing is that the Nazarenes are explicitly a group that they are a group of Jewish people who Epiphanius talks about that came before Jesus anyways, and would have been a little bit more Gnostic in their beliefs. And so they would have been more susceptible to like Hellenistic ideas whenever the Bar Kokhba revolt happens in 130s, and Emperor Hadrian drives the Jews out of Judea. So it's at that time that you have some particular group that is talking with these other people and merging in with Christianity. And so the Nazarene or the Nazarene kind of concept works its way into it. Either way, it doesn't make any sense, because that's not a prophecy and they're just kind of making it up. And they're trying to find anything and everything to try to connect Jesus to that time period or connect Jesus to the Old Testament, as opposed to just, writing a fucking story. All right. But because Nazareth is there, to answer your question, shouldn't they know it's a newer town? They would know, or probably would know, maybe. They might not, but they might know that Nazareth was a newer town, but in order to get this, he's got to be from there. So fuck it. We'll just choose a newer town. Or it's possible that they didn't know that it was a newer town. $4.99. Oh, God. Just in time here. So $4.99 from... Oh, yeah. $4.99 from Gerd Engineer. Gerd Engineer, everybody. I still don't know who this is, and I don't want to know. Don't tell me. Gerd Engineer says, ask why Constantine's wife left him and why he has a criminal record and what he did to kids in Iraq when he was terrorizing them. What the fuck is going on? Gerd Engineer is off the rails. What is this? Oh my god. All right, Constantine's wife. Who is is Constantine someone else? Oh, is Constantine somebody? Oh, Constantine was the guest. Oh, okay. I was like, who the fuck is Constantine? Oh, okay. So, yeah, why did your wife leave you, Constantine? Why do you have a criminal record? What did you do to kids in Iraq while you were terrorizing them? There you go. Okay, that's Constantine. It never even occurred to me that guy was who you were referring to. Let's see. Tried to bring up somebody else. Hopefully they connect. I don't know if they will or not. Maybe. Oh, yeah, there we go. Desmond, how's it going, Desmond?
Hey, pretty good. How about yourself, man?
All right, doing good. What you got for us today?
Hey, I tuned in. I hear Jesus and Paul never existed. I wish I could remember the guy's name, but it was a prominent atheist who said that perhaps we should stop saying, well, he said that they should stop saying that Jesus never existed because they felt there was plenty of evidence that he did exist. So they just go about trying to say that Jesus is not who the Bible says he is. I would have said that you have looked at a lot of documents. As for me, I believe the Bible.
Your connection's kind of bad there, man. Do you want to take it off of Wi-Fi or put it on Wi-Fi or something? Because we can't really hear half of what you're saying.
Okay, hold on. Actually, my Wi-Fi is down. I gotta get off of it and get back on the mobile network.
Okay, yeah.
Can you hear me better?
I think so. Yeah. Okay. So what were you saying? What were you saying?
Not really. Okay. Cool. All right. I kind of led with it. There was one of the leading atheists saying that they should stop denying the existence of Jesus because there was a lot of evidence that he exists. Instead, they just go after saying that Jesus is not who he says he is, that he wasn't born of a virgin, that he didn't, that he's not God. But I just want to basically lay a personal challenge to you. Are you familiar with the 3 hours of darkness that was recorded by the world around the time that Jesus died?
I would love to see some evidence for 3 hours of darkness. What 3 hours of darkness are you aware of that is recorded?
Brother, just go to YouTube, put in 3 hours of darkness, and you're going to see that people in a lot of places recorded these things. Nah. And I mean, you ain't got to believe it. You can laugh about it.
Nah, there's no evidence whatsoever of 3 hours of darkness. What you're possibly referring to would be Julius. Yeah, sweet. So what you're saying is just bullshit. And the reason I know this is because I know of this particular claim from Julius Africanus. What he does later on in like the 4th century or so, 4th or 5th, is he says that two people, Thales and Phlegon, mention a solar eclipse. But Thales and Phlegon do not mention that the solar eclipse is like during the time of Jesus per se. That doesn't really make a lot of sense because we can actually calculate when the solar eclipses actually took place. And the closest solar eclipse that we have to the supposed one of like Jesus or whatever, or the time of Jesus, would be this one. It happens in the year 29, so the wrong year, in November, wrong month, on the 24th, which would be like a Thursday, wrong day. When we take a look at the actual path of totality, it doesn't even really go over Jerusalem per se, just a little bit north of it. I mean, it'd still get darkish around that area, But even in the path of totality, the longest duration or the greatest duration was 1 minute and 59.22 seconds. So no, there is no 3 hours of darkness. That'd be insane. Not to mention, they say that the darkness starts in the Gospels around noon, but John says he was still in court with Pilate at noon.
Well, I'll tell you what, everything you just said proves that it was physically impossible. And I agree with that.
Okay.
You could not have a solar eclipse during the Passover. That was physically impossible.
Mm-hmm.
But if you put your due diligence in, you'll see that more than Thales recorded 3 hours of darkness. And
Sweet. Well, give me the evidence for it, because I've talked about what they talk about, but what do you have for 3 hours?
I'm not. No, you can go find it for yourself, man.
I mean,
I appreciate that. I just wanted to issue you a personal challenge because I see you. You just shoot down anything you don't like. Matter of fact, let me tell you what
I
you
can't
did
even
why
shoot
I
down
won't
anything because
debate
you haven't
with
given me anything to shoot down.
Right. Let me tell you why I won't give you anything.
Well, again, so are you talking about
I saw you ask somebody.
Are you talking about the darkness right here, this right here, like the darkness right here in Mark? Because it says when it was noon, darkness came over the whole land. Is this the darkness that you're talking about?
Let me tell you why.
Is this the darkness that you're talking about? It says when it was noon, darkness came. Sweet. When it was noon, darkness came over the whole land until 3 in the afternoon. But John 19 says that he was actually in court at noon. So I don't what are you talking about? He didn't even get crucified until afternoon here. I mean, what are you talking about? What darkness came over the land for 3 hours? Because even the story of the gospel that talks about the darkness doesn't even line up with the Gospel of John. So it's really bad, man. Like your argument is bad, and you should feel bad for even trying to bring it up. And then you didn't even give any supporting evidence for it. Just told me to go look at a YouTube thing. I'm sure you can find some flat Earth shit on there too. It doesn't do anything.
Oh yeah, but you want me to tell you why I won't go back and forth with you?
I don't really care.
I'm gonna keep it short. Why I won't? That's fine. But let me tell you what you did to somebody. You asked somebody. This was a couple of weeks ago. You asked somebody. You made a Bible claim.
A Bible claim.
You made a Bible.
What claim did I make from the Bible?
It was true. You said that, which was true. I'll give you this part. You said that.
You made a claim that it was true. That's why I'm not going to talk to you.
But listen, because you don't listen too. But you said that if Jesus was praying in the garden when the 2 disciples were asleep,
3 disciples, but
how did what the 3 disciples, if they were asleep, how did they record that?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a claim that they were asleep, and it's a correct claim. But you ask could they record that? But then when the guy started to try to answer, which he didn't have a great answer. You cut him off and said no. You cut him off and said no magic, no magic.
Yeah, so I mean, unless if you want to appeal to magic, we're going to have to appeal to magic for other books. That's the problem.
No, you asked a Bible question and you didn't want to accept the Bible answer because he could have answered you from the Bible.
Yeah, because we're trying to figure out if Jesus and Paul existed in history, not within magic.
Yeah, that's no. See, that's
okay.
Not,
like
not
sweet. So like that's like saying, that's like saying, Muhammad split the moon in half. That is what it says in the Quran. All right. And if you go, well, where does the moon been split in half? Where's the evidence that it was split in half? And they're like, it's in the book. Let me give you the magic answer. It was healed by God. And it's like, okay, well, that's dumb. You're granting the Muslims the ability to not only have their story their way, but also have magic make it appear as if they were right the whole time. I'm going to ask a question about something that it says in the Bible that is a natural claim. People can go into a garden. That is a natural claim. People can fall asleep in a garden. That is a natural claim. Someone can go and pray for an hour in a garden. That is a natural claim. What is not natural is someone being able to sleep a little distance away, a short distance away from this person, and still know what he said. And in some cases, like in the Gospel of Luke, it says that they saw an angel come down and minister to Jesus. How were they able to see it if they were asleep? So that's what I'm saying. Like you're gonna have to somehow explain how that's possible. And the only real way is for me to grant you magic. But if you granted the Muslims magic for fixing the moon after Muhammad split it in half, then they have a good explanation too. So you can't get anywhere if you grant the people who believe in magic that magic happens. You can't get anywhere. There's no evidence.
So you don't believe any of the artifacts like the Cyrus cylinder?
What does that have to do with Jesus, man?
Now, I'm just asking you because it's got to do with the source.
Do you think that Jesus
It's got
is
everything to do
explicitly
with the
mentioned
source.
in a text that has anything to do with Cyrus?
No, I didn't say that.
All right, then it doesn't have anything to do with the source. The
No, it
source
don't-
of the
it-
Jesus
well, it
stories doesn't
does
have
have-
anything to do with the Cyrus cylinder. So please provide evidence for Jesus and Paul if
Well,
you can.
Well, we there's plenty of that too, but you.
Well,
you
please
know,
present
you
it. The
just say-
Cyrus,
you
the
just say,
Cyrus
"Oh,
cylinder
wait a
is not
second."
going to get you there. Just provide evidence for
can-
Jesus and Paul. You
no,
already admitted
I
that the
was
stories
just
of Jesus
making
and
a-
Paul
I was
don't
just
have
making
anything
a
to do with
point.
Cyrus. I mean, if you want to
No,
run,
they
you can
don't.
run.
But it's no. I'm just saying it's all from the Holy Ghost. What I'm telling you is this. What I'm telling you is I've just told you something. You can check it out and you can research it on your own. And
You
I'm
told
not
me that
gonna-
the darkness
I'm not
lasted for
gonna-
3 hours, but then in
Yeah,
John
yeah.
it says that the darkness,
Yeah.
apparently the time that the darkness started, John says Jesus was still in court. How did that happen?
Yeah.
How did that
I don't know
happen?
if you can back up and read that. in
How did that
context and see
happen?
If that's where we. If
Take
that
a
was
look.
noon the
No,
same
just
day.
take a look. Is Mark correct
On
when it
what
said
day-
when
on
it was
what day-
noon, darkness
on what
came
day
over the
was
whole
that?
land? Is this the 3-hour darkness you're talking about?
That's absolutely right.
Okay, so why does John say that at noon he's still in court with Pilate? He's not even crucified yet.
Was that the same day?
Yeah. Why? Do you think
I
Jesus
doubt
was? Do you think Jesus was crucified after noon and then was on the cross overnight?
He was. He said
Was he
in
on the
court.
cross
That's
overnight?
before the you're talking about before the crucifixion. You're taking a verse from before the crucifixion.
Yeah.
About him being in
So if
court.
he's at
And then-
noon,
so,
is
yeah,
this
that
a
was before
different
the
day?
crucifixion.
Is this a different day? Was he crucified on a different day? Was he on the cross overnight?
It doesn't say he was on the cross at noon.
I know.
In
No,
John
it says
it don't say that on John 19.
no. Right here, it says that he's on the cross at 9:00 in the morning. This is in
but
Mark.
It doesn't say that he. But when you back up to John, it doesn't say that he was on the cross. It said he was at the court in the court.
Yeah. So,
how
is
do
it
you-
possible?
Is that two different days?
Is
Is that 2 different days?
Is it? Do you believe that he was on the cross overnight?
I didn't. No, it don't. The scripture don't say that.
Okay.
And
well, then
and
how
I'm
do
not
you?
saying that by
Okay, if
asking
he's
you.
not on the cross overnight, then how is he on the cross? As Mark says, at 9:00 in the morning. It says it was 9:00 in the morning when they crucified him, but John said he was still in court at noon. How is that possible?
So being in court must have been before the crucifixion. Am I right?
Are you saying that he was on the cross overnight then?
No. You got
Okay, well then how does he do that? He was in court at noon and then crucified at 9 a.m. the next day or something? Is that what you're saying? Because I thought he was arrested at night and then crucified in the morning.
You got to read the. You got to read the context.
What context fixes this?
I could be wrong, but I got to read the.
You
context.
are wrong. What context is this?
Well, I have to. I mean, you just bouncing around. I like.
No,
how you
I'm not.
bounce
I'm
around
just
and
going to
all,
two
like I
different
said.
verses.
But hey, look, bro. Hey, look.
So does it say that he was crucified at 9
look.
o'clock in the morning? Does it say that? Does it say that? Is that what
Yeah.
the Bible says? Okay.
Absolutely.
And what day was he crucified on?
I
What
believe
day?
traditionally that's a Friday.
Sweet, a Friday. Okay. So right here it says that at noon he's in court with Pilate, and then it says then he handed him over to be crucified. So they took Jesus and carried by the cross carrying the cross by himself. He went out to the place called the Skull. Yeah. So did they crucify him on a different day here or something?
Yeah.
Oh, they did. Is that what you're
When
saying?
They handed him over. They obviously handed him over, and then crucified him the next day.
Okay, so that's what you're saying. It's crucifying him the
Yeah.
next day. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
From when he was handed over, he was in the court. Because if you continue.
Okay,
reading,
so you're
if
saying
you continue
okay, so
reading,
what
the
is it?
John
What
crucifixion
day does it say
will
right
come
here?
up.
What day is right here? Preparation for the Passover, correct? The
Yeah.
preparation day? So that's the day of preparation. That's the day before the Passover, correct? Correct?
I don't know if it's not necessarily.
Yes, it is. The day of preparation for the Passover is the day before it. All right? So, what that means is that when they take him down from the cross right over here, it explicitly says, let's see here. After these things, this is Joseph of Arimathea. He goes to Pilate, get permission. Let's see. Let's see. And so, because it was the Jewish day of preparation, and the tomb was nearby, so he's crucified on the same day and taken down. He is not. He's not on the cross overnight. He is crucified on the same day, according to John. The same day that he's in court.
The Chinese also recorded the 3 hours.
Sweet. So this says right here that he was crucified on the same day that he was in court. On the same day that he was in court, he was crucified, and they laid him in the tomb on the same day. So that means that you've got some splaining to do.
Hold on, back that up.
Does this say that on the Jewish day of preparation, the tomb was nearby, they laid Jesus there? Does that say that?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Okay. So he must have been crucified and in court on the same day, according to John, correct? Correct.
Hold on, I'm trying to read it. Where he was crucified in the garden and in the tomb in which he had. You might have to back that up for me to see where it says he was crucified and in the court on the same day.
Is he put into the tomb on the day of preparation? Yes or no?
Yeah, now back that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when it says that he is in court, is that the day of preparation? Let's see here, right here. Is that the day of preparation?
No, something's in the way.
When he's in court?
No, it was the day of preparation for the Passover.
Yeah, so it almost
And
seems
it was
like
about
the day of
noon,
preparation is the day that he was crucified and in court, correct? Because you just read and confirmed that he was placed into the tomb on the day of preparation, and now you're seeing that he was in court on the day of preparation. Do you see that?
Yep, and I also see a
Sweet.
bunch of civilizations
So how is that?
telling me that it
Listen.
was 3 hours of
So how
darkness.
is it possible that he was in court on the same day that he was crucified at noon, but this says it was 9 o'clock in the morning when they crucified him? How is that possible? Well, we're waiting.
Well, they do kind of day a little bit different than we do.
Who
So
does?
I'm thinking about that.
Who does?
The
People
Jews,
looking
of
at the
course.
sun?
No, well, yeah, actually, that's the Jews who looked at the sun, because that's what God said. He divided the dark and called it day, and called it night, and the day He called light. So the first hour of the day for a Jew was 6 in the morning.
Yeah. Okay.
So, I
And
mean-
so, what time would John be using? Isn't John Jewish?
Yeah, he's using the same time.
Okay, so then it wouldn't be a different time then, huh?
No, I'm just saying he's using the same time but if he went to the court at
Yeah.
noon,
Yeah. Then how was
And
he
then he was
crucified at
taken-
9 in the morning?
if he was taken,
You said that he was, according to John, he was in court, crucified, and buried all on the same day. You confirmed this because it says the day of preparation. So how was he crucified at 9 o'clock in the morning?
and when was he flogged?
How is he
When did he
crucified at
walk?
9 o'clock in the morning if he is in court at noon on the same day that he is crucified?
I don't know, but I'll figure it out.
Yeah, so it's like a contradiction, huh?
Yeah, but see, let's go.
Is that like a contradiction? Is that
Not
how that
necessarily.
works?
That might not be. That may just be us going through this in bits and pieces and not fully understanding.
Okay.
But I haven't really
So
found a
when
contradiction
it says
in there.
it was 9 o'clock in the morning when they crucified him, do you
okay.
think that means anything else than it was 9 o'clock in the morning when they crucified him?
No, I know what that means.
Okay. So it's not that we don't know what it means and that we're only going like through bits and pieces or we only understand parts of it. It's straight up what it says. Words mean words.
Yeah. When
So
you
this
put-
is a
when you put
contradiction,
them all
right?
Together. when you put them all together. No, it's no contradiction. You're wrong
Okay,
about that. But I
so
will
is
tell
it
you this.
possible to be
Like I
crucified
said-
at 9 o'clock in the morning and still in court at
Like I
noon?
s-
Is that possible?
Like I said,
Is that possible?
well, if I was in court at noon on one day and then I got dragged
Nope,
out of
nope.
there,
You said
and,
it
and all
said
of-
no. You already admitted that he was crucified and in court on the same day. You already admitted to
Yeah.
that.
But I tell you this though,
Did you admit that he was crucified and in court on the same day, according to John? Did you admit that?
I don't know if I straight admitted that. But let me
Okay.
tell
Would you like to
this.
see that verse again? Is he
No, I
in
don't need
court
to see
at
that
noon
verse
on the
again.
day of preparation?
No, no.
Is
look,
he in court
I
at
put-
noon on the day of
hey, look,
preparation? Yes or no?
I done
Is
my
he
job.
is
You can
he
look at
is he
yours.
in court at noon on the day of
Hey.
preparation? Yes or no?
Hey, bro.
Yes
you
or
can
no?
Look at yours. I'm gonna look
We
at
are
mine.
reading the Bible, sir. Be
And
quiet.
we'll all-
On
and
the
we'll
day
all
of
answer.
preparation, is he
No.
in court at noon?
We're
Is
not
that what
reading the
happened?
Bible. We picking
Right
it.
here,
We
it's
picking
explicitly
around
John
it.
19. Just answer the question, man. At noon
Yeah.
on the day of preparation, was he in court according to John? Yes or no?
Good day.
Yes or no?
Good day.
I mean, you can run like Christians generally do, but
Yeah,
I mean,
that's okay,
what I'm
man.
trying to
I
do
just
is I'm
put a
trying to read the
challenge- I
Bible
just
because
put a
I know it
challenge-
better than you. That being said,
No.
right here it's a yes or no question. Was he in court at noon on the day of preparation? Yes or no?
I'm going to study.
Yes or
and
no?
I'll
Was
put a
he on?
challenge out
Was
to
in
you.
he in court at noon on the day of preparation? Was
I'm
he?
not going to deny that scripture, but I'm not. gonna
Okay,
deny that
so then
scripture,
just
bro.
say yes. Was he in court at noon on the day of preparation?
Yeah.
Okay. Did they put him in the tomb on the day of preparation?
That's what that scripture say. Yeah.
Okay. So then how is it possible that he is crucified and put into the tomb on the same day he was in court, but then it says on the same day he was in court at noon, but it says it was 9 o'clock in the morning when they crucified him? That is
So
impossible,
what
correct?
I'm telling you is
That is
for
impossible,
me-
correct?
No, it's not impossible.
Okay, so how is
But what
he
I'm
crucified at 9
so-
o'clock in the morning and he still makes his court appearance at noon? How is that possible?
So what I'm telling you
How's that
is
possible?
that for me, I have to look into the history, the Jewish history, to see what
Does
they mean
Jewish
by
history somehow
that
change
particular
this?
day.
You said that this means it was 9 o'clock in the morning when they crucified him. Jewish history is
I
not going to
don't-
change that. You
see
said
what
that
you're
this
saying,
is
but, like,
yeah.
look.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Is
Because
there-
it
is there
doesn't sound
just
like
one-
you
look,
are.
I
You
know
said
it
you had
says
to look
the
into
day of
Jewish
preparation.
history so that you know how
Yeah.
words work.
No, I gotta. Well, you gotta.
So
know how
does
they do-
Jewish
how
history
their
change?
days
It
work,
was
how
9
they-
o'clock in the morning when they crucified him. Would Jewish history change that?
No,
Okay. Well, then, was it 9 o'clock in the morning when they crucified him, or was it afternoon? Which one? Which
it was
one?
9.
It was okay. So
But-
John is wrong.
but what-
Gotcha.
but
All
I'm
right.
looking at
So
how- I'm
what he
looking at
just
how
did,
what they
what
works,
Desmond
yeah.
Flonnery, just so the 335 people on TikTok and the 477 people on YouTube know, Desmond, without the D at the end, Desmond Flonnery, Flonnory, just said that the Gospel of John is incorrect, which is weird because John was the one who was actually there, correct? John was the only disciple who was ever considered to be the disciple who was actually there, like during the
You
crucifixion.
put words in my mouth. You
Sweet.
put words in my mouth. but
Well,
that's
you
fine.
said that he was crucified
But
at
look,
9, and
Yeah,
you also admitted that he was crucified afternoon in John. So you
And-
chose.
and he
You
was
chose
in-
which
no,
one.
I said he
So
was
what
in-
that
no,
means
he
is that
was
the
in court,
Gospel of
but
John
that's
is
fine.
wrong according to Desmond Flonnery.
No,
Put a
no,
1 in
you're
the
a
chat
liar.
if you realize that
You're a
Desmond
liar.
Desmond Flonnery just chose John as the incorrect gospel. So
Yeah, you're a liar,
that being
but let me
said,
tell you- let me tell you
said,
this.
do you have anything
I put
else?
the challenge out for you.
Okay.
Yeah, I put the challenge
All right,
out
you know
for
what?
and that
Here,
was my
here,
goal.
Desmond,
3 hours
Desmond.
of darkness,
I will,
people.
Desmond.
Everybody that's
I will
listening,
go ahead
3
and I will
hours of
allow for
darkness.
you
Y'all
to
look
change
into
the
that.
topic if you want. I'll change. Desmond, do
No,
you believe
3 hours of
Desmond?
3 hours of darkness. Man.
Desmond,
Just
do you
look into
believe?
that.
Do you believe that God is all powerful?
3 hours of darkness?
Do you believe God is all powerful?
All powerful enough to
Okay,
block out the
yes,
sun, so
yes,
that the sun,
Desmond,
so
Desmond,
that the
Desmond,
stars will show.
Desmond
for 3
Desmond,
hours.
Desmond, can God do anything?
He can't lie and he can't fail.
So, but he's powerful, right? He's all powerful. He can do
Yeah.
anything, right? Okay, cool. Desmond, let me ask you this question. All right, are you listening?
I'm listening.
All right. Can God create a dick so big that he can't suck it?
Now see, do it.
Just answer yes or no. Can he create a bit? Can
don't-
he
I don't
create
answer-
a
I
dick
don't answer
that is so
profane- I don't answer
big
profane
that
stuff.
even he
I don't
can't
answer
suck
profane
it?
stuff.
Is that possible?
I'm not gonna answer. I'm not answering profane stuff like that.
It's not profane. People suck dick.
It is profane.
No, it's not.
It's profane.
Well, God
My
knows
is set
everything,
apart.
right? He knows
God is
everything,
set
right?
apart from all of that.
Does God know everything? He knows everything,
He don't
right?
deal with but he don't deal with everything.
But he
do
knows
not
it all, right?
associate with
He's
sin.
like he knows everything,
But he
right?
don't associate. He don't associate with sin.
That's fine, but does he know
So
everything?
I'm not putting my God in that.
Does he know everything?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he know what it's
Don't
like
be-
to
don't
suck
be
a big fat cock?
Don't be disrespectful.
Does
though.
he know what it's like to suck a dick? Does he know what that feels like? I mean,
Well,
you said
maybe
he
God
knows
don't know
everything.
everything.
Just
Hey,
answer
come on
yes
now.
or no.
Come on, don't be disrespectful, dog.
I'm not being disrespectful. I want an answer.
You are.
Does he know what it's like to have a giant Johnson in his throat
He know what it's like to block out the sun 3 hours so that the sun is show.
so that he can turn
And
off the
have
lights
history
and
talking
suck a
about
dick?
it. Yeah, whatever.
Okay,
fits
so
into your
whatever.
mind.
Okay, so yeah, for whatever. So it's possible
Whatever
that he does
fits
that,
into
right?
Your mind.
My
No,
mind.
That's impossible.
My mind. I mean, you can't even answer the question. I can answer the question.
I'm not answering that question.
Oh yeah, sounds good. So
Well, let
God
me
is
tell
all
you that
powerful
something.
until you can't answer a question.
So because God is so powerful that He
Mhm.
can do what can't be done,
Yeah, he
And
can
what
create
you
a
said
dick
can't
so
be
big that
done.
he can't suck it.
and He's so powerful. If you would have
Yeah.
asked me if He could make a rock so big,
I didn't say bake a rock. I didn't say anything like that. I said suck a dick. I didn't say anything that
Yeah,
sounded
but-
like a rock.
Yeah, that's right. But I'm just there to tell you, if you would ask me if He can make a rock so big,
I didn't ask you
that he
that.
can't pick
What
it
did I
up.
ask you?
I know,
What did I
because-
ask you?
Because your mind. Because
What did
your
I
mind is
ask you?
profound. I'm not
What
going
did-
to repeat.
what did I
asked
ask
me.
you?
I don't talk like that.
What did I ask you? What did
What
I
did I
ask you,
tell you?
Desmond?
What did I tell you?
You didn't tell me anything. What did I ask you?
I told you I'm not going to repeat that.
Oh, you're not going to repeat it? Okay, well then just answer it. Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer it either
You're not going to answer it?
because it's profane.
It's
My
not
God is
profane.
set apart from. It is.
It's not profane.
That's okay.
Desmond.
It's
Desmond.
disrespectful.
You think it's you ever got your dick sucked? Desmond? Have you ever? Did God not create God not create man and woman to be able to enjoy each other? Have you
God
done
did
profane
create man and
things in the sight of God?
I have.
All right.
But I wouldn't put
Well,
those
then
things
it's
on my God.
apparently you will do profane things, but you can't answer a yes or no question.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you this.
All right. Well, then answer the
Because I say
question.
I have
I'll
done
answer your question
profane
as soon
things.
as you answer mine. Can God create a dick so big that he can't suck it?
If I tell you I've done profane things, don't mean
Sweet.
that
Go
I
ahead and answer the
continue to
question.
do profane things.
Go ahead and answer
No,
the
I'm not
question,
gonna
buddy.
answer that question. I told you.
Ah,
You already
all
got
right.
my
All
answer
right.
that I'm not answering.
So Desmond doesn't think that John is accurate, and he also has done profane things
You're a
in the
liar.
sight of the
That's
Lord,
false.
and he won't answer questions about God's omnipotence because he doesn't believe that God is all powerful. That is how that works.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Desmond. And by the way, the only
I bet
reason
334 people can see how much you a liar, even if they do agree with you that Paul and Jesus didn't exist.
so if they agree with me, they think I'm a liar,
No, they might agree with you that Paul and Jesus don't exist.
but I'm a
they can see
liar
how you
because they
lying on
agree.
me. Yeah, because you're lying on me.
Oh,
You
okay.
see how you try to twist it? I didn't say you're a liar.
Put a
because
1 in the chat
they
if you think
agree
that Desmond,
you're a liar
if you think that
because
Desmond believes that John is the wrong gospel. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that Desmond thinks that John is the wrong gospel and Mark is the correct gospel. Oh, look at that.
Desmond.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Desmond. You are.
That's okay.
I'm sorry, buddy.
I don't care what the people think.
I don't know what to tell
They're
you.
down your side. I don't care what you tell me. I'm not. It don't matter.
All right.
But I
Well,
can tell
anyways,
you this.
Desmond. The
Those
reason
gospels are both- those
there
gospels are
there
both
is
correct,
at least
and what I'm
one
gonna do
person.
is study.
There is one person from the Bible who actually existed. There is one person from the Bible who we know actually existed.
All right.
There is. I'm dead serious. Would you like to know who?
Yeah, you can tell me if you want. It's your time.
Sounds good.
And his name is John C.
There we go. There it is. It's been a while. I had to dust off that one. Nice. All right. Haven't had a Cena in a long time. Oh yeah, well he took it like a champ. All right. Mansa 876 Musa or something.
Yeah, that's the name, man.
Hey, what you got?
All right. First of all, I'm just going to say thank you for all the entertainment that you provide. This is hella entertaining. I won't lie. Your streams definitely go far across the world. Um, I'm listening from the UK.
Oh, nice.
So different time zone and everything. I definitely don't have any evidence for Paul or Jesus. Just wanted to say, I really enjoy the live, but there are a few things I wanted to ask you about just to get your opinion. The first thing is that caller that came in earlier, that I was really proud of him for just admitting that, he was using Gemini or the AI to get most of his answers and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, we
But
could hear him typing. Yeah.
Yeah, but the Gemini does tend to be very aggressive in terms of defending the narrative that Paul has to exist. There is no question that he exists.
Right.
There are very few prompts that you can actually get in there before it just silently admits that, oh, yeah, it's a kind of a point that none of these people that he mentions from allegedly early church do actually exist when they say that they should exist or right when most scholars think that they should be writing. But what I wanted to link it to was, I guess I've been around the whole atheist theist thing for a good while, and I remember when we used to argue about Noah's Ark and the impossibility of that. And just recently, I've come across a few, I guess, more established Christian institutions,
Okay.
which tend to say that it wasn't a global flood, it was localized. Have you ever come across that?
Yeah, I have. And by the way, to anybody, as soon as I put it up, I was like, shit, people probably don't know what that is. I mentioned a long time ago that people from England, I said I didn't know what they ate, and so I said raccoon buttholes. So this is an image that was made a long time ago. There's a thing that I flashed up. I wasn't calling him a That's not what I'm talking about. It was just an image a long time ago of a raccoon that was over eating some beans on toast over in England.
Gosh.
I wasn't calling
I've
him
never
that.
even seen a raccoon over here, to tell the truth.
No, there's not any, and that's why it's So there's a good friend of mine, Elizabeth Heretics, one of the mods here. She's over in the UK, and she said that raccoons aren't even there. And so I was like, no, there's a raccoon that was there, and I made Jim and I come up with a raccoon that's over in the UK eating beans on toast.
Oh my
So
gosh.
anyways, I'm not. I wasn't calling him that, but anyways, I've definitely heard the idea that it was like a localized flood. Yeah.
All right, yeah. Well, it's just the thing that most of these institutions are kind of sneaking it in there that, oh yeah, it wasn't technically global, it was maybe localized, and the wording just made it seem like it's global, and we ran with that for a while. I'm wondering if eventually they will try to sneak in the idea that, yes, these people didn't really exist. Paul and Jesus are kind of made up, but the story is still really nice, I suppose. I was wondering if you foresee
kinda.
something like that happening soon. Because I see that it's a minority of people that really hold this point. And at first, when I first came across your channel, I was like, this guy doesn't believe Paul or Jesus exists. How the heck? And then, I listened to your arguments. I'll admit, I've spent probably 2 months now just listening to your arguments before actually coming on. I have nothing to say on that. I really can't go against most of your points. But given where it is in terms of most scholars being fossils and those that really hold on to it will no longer be there, as time goes on, do you think that this opinion is something that will probably become more widespread?
Like the idea that Jesus and Paul didn't exist?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I believe so. I think the first thing is understanding when things are written, and understanding that things are written later on tends to kind of make the case for Jesus and Paul deteriorate over time. Already, people are having issues with Jesus existing if the Gospels and these stories of him don't actually show up for 40 years minimum. Because currently right now people say that Mark is the first gospel and Mark is written around 70. If Jesus dies in 30, then it's 40 years before we get the first gospel. I mean, even if you accept Paul writing about Jesus in general, like in the Pauline epistles, he doesn't go into detail on like the life of Jesus and stuff. It doesn't say he's born in Bethlehem, doesn't say he's from Nazareth, all that kind of shit. Doesn't mention Mary, nothing. Doesn't mention the virgin birth. None of that stuff is in there. So I guess where I'm going with this is like, even if so currently right now a lot of people go, okay, Jesus existed, if they accept these the first century dating for the New Testament, they go, okay, Jesus existed, but the Gospels are just like exaggerated stories of him. And it's like, okay, I get that. I get that stance, but imagine if they weren't 40 years after, they were 120 after. And then imagine that Paul isn't just a mere 10 to 20 years after. He's also 100 and something years after. Then it goes, okay, like I'm not going to believe this anymore. Yeah,
it does blow everything out the wall. So, I mean, like I said, I get what you're saying with it. It's hard to really argue with the idea because there is nothing that we can say really would go back to the first century.
Yep.
Going back to the whole Gemini thing, I've asked Gemini to come up with an argument before, and the most it could say was, well, the epistles deal with early church stuff that could only be happening in the first century. I don't think so. It doesn't seem like that's what you would choose to say because you have nothing else proving that that's happening in the first century.
The problem, exactly. It's circular reasoning. It says, this book is something that dates to the first century because this is what churches looked like in the first century. And the reason we know how churches looked like in the first century is because of what it says in that book.
Exactly.
And it's like, okay, so if that book was written in the second century, then that's just how churches look like. And so you could just say the same thing. Like the same argument applies. So in all honesty, that's a lot of how things get dated and Jesus and Paul get drummed up. People believe that Jesus and Paul existed because of just church tradition, compromise with church tradition, and circular reasoning like that just shoves it into places that we don't actually have any evidence for. We don't have any evidence that the New Testament's written in the first century. That's not a thing. We don't have any evidence there. The first time that we get anybody talking about any gospel is in the 150s with Justin Martyr. It's like, okay, like that doesn't sound great, does it? Like,
no, because all right, going back to the thing I said, I've been around the whole circle of atheists versus theists for a long time. And there was one question I usually asked in terms of the resurrection. Why aren't there any alternative stories from people who would have witnessed the resurrection? Like, if it really happened, some other sect or somebody else would have come up with, it wasn't because of that. He just came back because some other God rose him from the dead, or he didn't really die, and it would have been at that point in time. You wouldn't have to wait some, as you'd say, probably 200, 300 years later before
that's a pretty good point.
Says,
if Jesus was that popular and they had stories of him going all the way back to 30, you would expect to see alternative stories as well. Yeah.
Exactly.
Which is what we say in our book. We say, hey, look, there were 9 different versions of Mormonism before Joseph Smith even died. And in the first 30 years after he died, within 30 years of his death, there were over 20 different versions of Mormonism. So where I'm going with this is it doesn't make any sense that Jesus dies in 30 and then you don't have all these different sects of Christianity saying a whole bunch of different things until the middle of the second century. That's when we get all the Gospels written. That's when we get mention of Gnosticism, Docetism, Marcionism. It's all these different sects of Christianity and the stories and their take on Jesus. in the middle of the second. Why?
Exactly. So that's one of the reasons why I said I knew I couldn't argue, because one of the points I normally draw upon in my arguments, what you were saying really kind of props that argument up, that there's nobody giving alternative versions, having alternative beliefs in the first century. So where were all of these people? Where were all of these ideas? I mean, it's one thing to say that, okay, the story as it is presented was in oral tradition. You should have, like you say, at least 100 other oral traditions by the time we get to the point of Marcion and the first Gospels coming out. So where are they? What happened to them? No one else mentions anything.
Josephus would have been the guy, like, to talk extensively about this group. Even if he viewed them as a heretical sect of Judaism, he doesn't mention it. He doesn't say, oh, by the way, there's these Jews that don't practice circumcision or animal sacrifice. What the fuck's up with that?
Yeah.
Like, never mentions it. Like, it's so weird. The lack of information from the people who it should have been mentioned by is deafening. Like, I mean, it really is. Yeah. Because... so that's where modern scholars, even people who say that Jesus did exist, they start to kind of pivot. They start to change their tune. Like Dan McClellan here on TikTok, he's actually made some videos, like in his one that it goes against my friend Ben, the Ben guy who's on TikTok as well. He made a response to that video, to that Ben guy. Okay. But the point is, Dan McClellan, he talked about how the claims that Jesus was popular, that is an exaggeration, is what he said. And I mean, I get that, but like, if people had written about him in the first century, like a bunch of people, do you think Dan McClellan would have said that was exaggerated? No, he wouldn't say that. He's only saying that because there isn't anybody talking about him. And you're and that's not a supernatural claim, by the way. Some people are popular.
I see what you mean.
It's just a natural claim. Like, he's just popular. People listen to him. But you're having to, Dan McClellan's having to go in and say, that is a natural claim. I'm not denying a supernatural. That is a natural claim that because I don't see evidence for it, it's just gone. Just gone. Yep. But when he looks at, say, Jesus born in Bethlehem, or Jesus being from Nazareth or something like that, he's like, yep, that's true. Even though no one fucking mentions that. Even if he accepts Josephus. Josephus doesn't say he's from Nazareth. Even if he accepts Tacitus. Tacitus doesn't say he's from Nazareth. No one says this, but he is looking at natural claims and going, we don't have evidence for that one. I don't believe it. We don't have evidence for that one. I'm going to believe it. He's just picking and choosing which natural things to go with. That's absurd.
Yeah, just cherry picking what works with what he can argue and what he can't argue. Yeah,
exactly.
So, that's why, as I said, my original question was, how far do you think this argument will go, and eventually, do you think it will be like Gemini, where if you ask enough times, it admits that, this is a good argument?
Yeah, well, I was actually surprised, to be honest. I don't know what AI he was using. I think he said just Google, which I guess would be Gemini. But that the guest earlier, when he asked it about like Marcion coming before Luke, I was even surprised that it said that there was a growing number of modern scholars. I didn't know. I didn't know it would say that. I figured it would just say nope and just go with the consensus at the moment. But it said the consensus is this, but there's a growing number of scholars that are saying Marcion came first. And I'm like, boom. That's where I live over there.
Yeah, man. Like I said, I was surprised as well, because the first time I tried it, it was aggressive. It was, like you can read something and know the tone that it's trying to come at you with. And it was like, there's no way that these people did not exist. You are in a place where you don't even make sense. And after a while, just using some of the arguments that you would put for all of the early church fathers, it comes around and it says, oh, well, yes, if you do look at it in a skeptical way and you apply this logic, you could end up in a place where that is completely viable.
What I'll do every once in a while, just kind of sharpen my skills and make sure that I remember a lot of stuff, is I will actually argue against Gemini and stuff like that, or Google AI, or is it whatever AIs. And, I'll bring up these things, and it says, if you do look at it through that way, just like you said, you can... this is consistent. And, I say, is this a consistent argument? It says, yes, that is a consistent argument because if this and this and this and this and this, then this. And really the only way to go over to the other side is just to accept something without any evidence and just go, I'm just going to do it because the church says it.
Yeah,
that's how it goes.
That's what it's all about. That's
I do have to get some other guests.
Yeah, no problem, man. It's all right. Like I said, thanks for the entertainment. You do get me through those long commutes I have in the day just with everything. But
thanks,
man, big up yourself, and I'll keep tuned in.
Thanks.
Take care.
Thanks for coming up. That is Monza876 Musa there from the UK. And by the way, if anybody is interested in what I'm talking about, Christ Before Jesus, the ebook is just $3. The link is in the bio here on TikTok or on the YouTube profile. It's on Amazon. There's also a print version, like I just held up, and an audiobook version on Audible, read by me and my co-author. He had mentioned some commutes and stuff. So if you're looking for something on the commute, but you don't want people talking about raccoon buttholes and the Q word and everything like that on here, then we can. You can grab a copy on Audible of Christ Before Jesus, and you can listen to that or whatever. It's read by me and my co-author. And really fast, a super chat there on YouTube, $2 from Cameron Vinaroso that says, #raccoon buttholes. Can we put that on the board? Maybe. I'm wanting to see how well the Dixie Chicks are going to do. And I understand that they're called the Chicks now. Yeah, Mason Dixon. All right. But anyways, still. Dixie. No, I'm kidding. Anyways, what do we got there? Micah00340.
What's up, bro?
Hey.
I just want to say, let's just have like a cool, calm conversation, calm debate. I don't want to.
Sounds good.
I don't want to try to embarrass you. I don't want you to try and embarrass me. I'm just gonna be straight.
Please continue.
I would, but what was that? Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah. You said you didn't want to be embarrassed or something like that.
All right, good. All right. So I'll use 3 concepts to start off. So you know what dark matter is, bro?
That has nothing to do with Jesus or Paul.
The point of a debate is building up to your main argument. So can you let me build
Well,
up?
it does not have anything to do with Jesus or Paul.
How do you know it doesn't have anything to do with it? Can you just shut the fuck up and let me fucking talk?
You're already embarrassed. That's not good.
I'm not. I'm really not. There's 200 people in the chat, bro. I don't give a fuck.
There's 300. I don't know if you can read. Also on YouTube, there's 332. I don't know where you see 200. But that being said, please present evidence for Jesus or Paul 2,000 years ago. Dark matter is not how we get there.
Okay, so metaphysical energy, dark matter, those type of things. Are you gonna let me talk, or are you gonna keep playing fart noises? You fucking idiot.
That wasn't a fart noise. Have you never heard a fart? You not know the touch of a woman?
When the fuck did we get ice cream?
All right. What I'm trying to say is, do you know why we know nothing about those concepts?
Why you know nothing about Jesus and Paul? I don't know.
No. Can you let me fucking talk, you ugly fuck? You ugly fuck. Your eyes are fucking close together, you fucking idiot.
They're supposed to be close together. What are you, a hammerhead shark?
You're so funny. I love you. I love you, bro. I love you.
Yeah,
Yo,
I know. Anyways, what's your evidence for Jesus or Paul, man? Go ahead.
All right. So please, the point of a debate is building up to the main argument, you fucking twat!
Anyways, what's your evidence? Come on.
So,
He was kind of funny. It was a troll, but it was kind of funny. All right, Jimmy John, what you got, man?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what exactly you're looking for, because you say you want evidence, or you want to be proven wrong that Jesus or Paul never existed.
Mm-hmm.
And while I make comments on the chat there, when I give my comments, always tries to ask me to come up, and I keep thinking like myself, well, I don't have anything to prove. I just
well,
make
if you
my
have
comments.
questions or something, you can ask questions as well if you want. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the question is, I don't quite understand, I guess, what the title is trying to say.
Like what the red up here is saying?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, Jesus and Paul never existed.
Right.
Even the natural Jesus and Paul as presented by the New Testament, as well as the Quran and the Book of Mormon, did not exist.
But you're saying that based on the fact that there was no account from a historian or someone.
No, it's based on the actual
Similar.
material in it. There's anachronisms in it which show that it's historically impossible anyways.
Why is it historically impossible?
Yeah, so in Matthew 23, Jesus talks about rabbis. He talks about how they dress, where they sit in the synagogues, how they act, where they pray, all these different things. The first rabbi is Yochanan ben Zakkai in 70. That's what the Mishnah, which is written by rabbis, actually says. He starts the first rabbinic school after the fall of the temple in 70 with approval from Emperor Vespasian. So how is Jesus talking about them 40 years prior? What we know is that the New Testament is written in the 2nd century, which shows exactly why they would make this mistake. It's the same kind of thing as the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon is, I mean, this whole thing is basically one-ply toilet paper. I mean, you can wipe your ass, but not very well with it. The point is, there's not a single sentence in that entire book that is even remotely true. But the way that we know this is because it has stories in there that don't make any sense. There are things that are out of place in time, which would be anachronisms like the rabbi thing in Matthew. But with the Book of Mormon, it's a bigger time span. So Joseph Smith and his cronies are coming up with it in the late 1820s, and they're talking about things that happened all the way back in 2000 BCE. So they're going to make a ton of mistakes. They're going to put things like elephants and horses and glass windows and shit like that into the story. That doesn't make any sense. But nevertheless, for the New Testament, there's only about 120 years or so to kind of play with. So there's going to be some overlap, obviously. There's going to be some things that they sort of kind of get right, but other things that they get wrong. And that's how you can tell that something is fiction as opposed to a real story.
So the part where you mentioned that Jesus is making comments about rabbis and how they dress and so on.
Yeah.
What can you quote? Can you come up with that? I'm sure you have them lined up.
I mean, it's not it's Matthew 23. That's what I said.
And what does it say?
Let's see here. Yeah, I'll pull it up. Oh shit. Give me 1 second here. Am I not? Yeah. Just give me a second. I gotta try to figure this out. Okay. So, there it goes. Alrighty here. Matthew 23. Well, it starts off. Then Jesus said to the crowds and to his disciples, "The scribes and the Pharisees sit on Moses' seat. Therefore, do whatever they teach you and follow it, but do not do as they do, for they do not practice what they teach. They tie up heavy burdens, hard to bear, and lay them on the shoulders of others, but they themselves are unwilling to lift a finger to move them. They do all their deeds to be seen by others, for they make their phylacteries broad and their fringes long. They love to have the place of honor at banquets and the best seats in the synagogues, and to be greeted with respect in the marketplaces, and to have people call them rabbi."
Okay, and what part is
a rabbi? A rabbi is a position that starts in 70.
So you're saying that he's referring to a title that was not being used?
Yes.
When?
There is not until 70. Yep. But he's supposedly using it in like a little bit before 30.
Well, I mean, that could be a matter of translation, couldn't it? I mean, a rabbi...
No, in the Greek, it goes out of its way to use the Hebrew term rabbi. If it was a matter of translation in English, then I would give it a pass, because some people might be like, oh yeah, well, a rabbi's a teacher, we'll go ahead and throw that in there. No, it is explicitly used in the oldest codices there, or codices there for the New Testament. It goes out of its way in Greek to use the Hebrew term rabbi. If they wanted to just say teacher, they could have used the Greek word for teacher, or the multiple words that the Jews had at the time, especially Cohen, which would be the person that actually you learned from in like the in the temple. The Levite priest was called a Cohen, but a rabbi, that's a term that's not used in the Old Testament, Intertestament books, Jewish Apocrypha. It's not found in the works of Josephus or Philo or any kind of mentions or documents or inscriptions or anything like that. They're from the 1st century until 70.
So you're saying, well, so just on that account, on something that's been translated.
That's just one, and also it's not translated. Again, even
It's
in the
in Greek.
even in the Greek, it explicitly uses the Hebrew term rabbi.
Well, Jesus was not a Greek, so I don't know.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, the New Testament was written in Greek initially, so that was okay. Well, Jesus not being a Greek doesn't have anything to do with
Well,
it.
the Greeks are trying to write about Jesus. I guess some Greek did, right? And
then how does he use words that aren't found in like Judaism? How does he have words that he uses that are only found in Greek? Like the word that it gets translated to daily in the phrase "our daily bread" is a word that is only used ever in Greek in the Bible. There's not a Jewish or Aramaic variant of it. Philip and Andrew, two people who he just pals around with, don't even have Jewish variants of their name. They're just Greek names. Andros and Philip. Or Philippe.
To me, I don't see that as a.
He also reads from the Septuagint when he goes to the synagogue over in Nazareth, so that's weird. Like, apparently he's very Greek.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like I said, Jesus was not a Greek. So
I mean, it sounds like he is. I don't know why he's using a word in Greek that isn't found in Judaism or have an Aramaic variant of it.
I let you say what you want.
Well, I don't know where your argument is that he's not a Greek.
I have to make an argument.
Okay, please present it.
Okay, what I'm saying is just because you're saying that this is what you're saying. You're saying that Jesus, whatever Jesus would have said, has been, if it was true, it would have been translated in a way that represents his time. He would say, a Greek would say, well, Jesus said this and this and that, and
So they misquoting him?
You want it to be accurate to the times, but what I'm saying is, if this was written after Jesus, and some Greek person is writing about what Jesus said in a different language, and if Jesus is trying to say it was making a comment about leaders.
The whole quote is in Greek, except for the
religious leaders. If he was making comments about religious leaders of that time, it's possible that the Greek translator would say, "Oh well, they did have rabbis back then, so we'll just use the word rabbi," or it could just.
So they're just misquoting him. So it's not reliable.
Well, that's what I said. It's possible.
So it's just not reliable. Yeah, it's not that it's inaccurate. It's just not reliable. Okay. Next.
Okay, the translations may not be reliable.
I mean, it's not a translation. If it's in Aramaic, it's not a translation.
It's not in a language that Jesus would have spoken in.
The word rabbi is exactly in the language that he would have spoken if you think that he's speaking Aramaic. So
who is speaking Aramaic?
Jesus. Is that what you think he was? Do you think he was speaking Aramaic, or do you think he was speaking Greek?
No, he wasn't speaking Greek.
Okay. Well, then I don't know why they quote him wrong in the one word they give him that's in Aramaic in that sentence. Everything else was in Greek.
You know what? They made some readjustments to some of the old translations that they thought they had that were accurate, and when they ran into the Dead Sea Scrolls, they made some adjustments. They say, "Oh, you know what?
Hey, that doesn't have anything to do with this. We're going off of the Codex Sinaiticus."
Well, I'm just trying to say that sometimes things get lost in translation, just like it did.
This isn't a translation. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, okay, so not only is the New Testament written in Greek, and the Codex Sinaiticus, which is what I'm talking about, is in Greek, but even if you think Jesus was speaking in Aramaic and they're translating it into Greek, cool. The word rabbi is Aramaic, and they use that term in the text. So, I mean, what do you want here?
Well,
in no way, shape, or form is this a translation.
I'm saying that they probably were wrong in translating what
so
Jesus
it's just
said.
not reliable when talking about Jesus. Sounds good.
Well,
so
it's
either
not,
it's not reliable or it's not reliable. Which one did you want to go with? Either the Gospels are not reliable because it's an anachronism, or it's not reliable because it's an anachronism.
It may not be 100% reliable, just like
Okay.
a lot of.
So how
old
did you
writings-
determine what parts of the Bible or what parts of the story of Jesus are reliable and what parts aren't?
How would I determine as a reader?
Yep.
Well, as a reader, I would have just, when I saw the part where if I read the part that said rabbi, I would say, well, that a rabbi would be a religious leader of that time. And I would read that in context with what he's trying to say. He's trying to say that, hey, a lot of these people are hypocrites. So to me, I don't lose anything. I'm listening to what he's saying. He's saying, hey, watch out, because these religious folks, they get, they do a lot of things. They're showmen. They want to wow you with what they do and what they may say. But don't get lost in the hype. Just try to keep your head.
I mean, that's what the character is saying, but We're trying to figure out whether or not he existed.
That's the main message. That's the
Oh,
main,
okay. So it's just a story. Like there's a main message in Harry Potter, but it didn't have to be real. Yeah,
well,
I got it.
You know, it's. I mean, there's a lot
But
of stuff.
I don't give a shit about whether or not you think it's a good message. I'm talking about whether or not he's a real person. Like that's all that we're talking about here. I'm not saying Jesus and Paul don't have a good message. I mean, they don't, but I mean, that's not what I'm saying. This live is over whether or not they existed 2,000 years ago. So
let me give you an example of what.
So how did you pick? How did you pick what parts of Matthew were actually real? If we can see that they're very clearly just taking at the very least creative liberties and just saying, oh, I'm going to change this word to something that is more familiar to me, even though he very clearly didn't say it. Okay, well then, how did you determine the other parts were real?
I do a lot. I do a lot of that, even with the Old Testament.
So how did you determine that they were real? How did you determine these other parts were real? Go ahead.
Well, okay. For instance, I'm gonna give you an example. Okay. If someone writes about fishing, and fishing is what I love to do, and they start talking about the more detailed stuff, well, you need this bait or to catch this kind of fish because it doesn't work in these waters, but in these other waters, you have to use a different bait. Whatever they're saying, I would probably read that, and even though I don't know who the author is, what kind of credentials that person has, I am identifying with the message. I'm identifying as a fisherman. I say, well, you know what? That makes a lot of sense because I have some experience in this, and that, and what he says about this and that, I can relate to. So even on the parts where I don't know too much about, I'll learn to trust what that person is saying just based on
what are you talking about, man? Because I'm going to keep it real with you, Chief. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I really don't. Because you're just talking about, like, at best, like, how you feel about what Jesus said. Like, I'm trying to figure out how you know that the narrative is true. Like, it actually happened. Like, Jesus historically existed. How did you determine when Matthew says, oh, hey, he says this, but he never actually said that? How did you determine that the other parts were 100% accurate? Like, they were real, or not, maybe not 100%, but, like, how did you determine that any of it was historically accurate? If the one example I gave you is something you can point to and go,
well, the one example you
not
gave
really
me,
lining up
never
with
even
history.
read before, so I don't know. I couldn't speak to that.
You
in
never
detail,
read the rest of Matthew?
I never read the part you're talking about.
That's not what I'm asking. How did you determine that any of the New Testament was historically reliable when talking about Jesus?
I just explained it to you.
No, you didn't. You just said that you liked the story. That has nothing to do with it. You
No,
liked
I didn't
the teachings.
say that. I never used I like the story. I never used
No,
those
that's
words.
exactly what you were trying to say, is that you've read something, like you gave a stupid ass example of like a fish, or people talking about fishing, but you agree with what they're saying. I don't give a shit about what Jesus says. Give me the evidence that he lived. How did you determine that when it says he lived, that he actually lived? Because we're talking about existed. We're not talking about anything they said or taught. Please, for the love of all that is holy, Jimmy John, give us evidence for Jesus existing, or the reason you think that this is historically reliable when talking about Jesus' existence.
I don't have a historian that directly refers to Jesus and his deeds. So I couldn't. There's no way that I can give you that. But
okay. So do you believe that Jesus existed?
Yes.
Okay. What convinced you of that?
I tried to explain to you, but
no, you didn't. You don't know. You don't know what we're talking about, and you started going off about what he said. I don't care about what he said. What convinced you that he lived?
Because I can relate to a lot of the parts in the Bible.
Uh-huh.
And some of those parts that I could relate to.
What do you mean relate to? Like, what do you mean? Can you not relate to Spider-Man sometimes? What a dumb.
Are you getting cornered? Is that what this is?
No, I mean, what do you mean by relate?
It is because you're trying to mock me.
Well, that's because you're a very mockable person, because you keep talking about things that is irrelevant. Okay. What do you mean by relate? Do you mean that, like, you see Jesus going through things that you feel like you've gone through things similarly, or what are you talking about? What do you mean by that?
Well, you know that the Bible is basically almost, I don't know, 90% of it is teachings, right?
I'm not, for the love of all that is holy, dude. I keep telling you that you keep talking about the teachings or the sayings. I'm asking you how you know he existed. Stop going to the teachings. I don't give a shit if you relate to the teachings. Like, who cares? I don't care at all. That has nothing to do with whether or not he existed and how you know he did. How do you know he existed?
Because if someone is writing, if the book is about a man who says a lot of things that I can confirm in my own life that is true, then I have to say, well, that must be a real individual because I can confirm it.
All right. Do you have?
Somebody invented the wheel.
No. Hold up.
Somebody invented the wheel, and we don't know what their name is, but the wheel was.
Do you have a car?
Yes, I do.
Do you enjoy driving your car?
Well, I don't know if I enjoy it, but I drive it.
Are you saying it's a necessity basically for you?
Yeah.
All right. So I just wrote something. Kevin Oberblasty says driving feels like a necessity. So I guess Kevin Oberblasty is real because you can relate to that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid, dude. Welcome to the comments again, dipshit. All right. Anyways. No, not how that works. All right. So stupid. All right. Elope Nope says, is anyone noticing today Christians are trying to put the Mango Mussolini as their new Jesus? Is Jesus a generational thing? What? What's happening? Oh, you mean like today, like in general, is this day and age or something? I haven't really paid much attention to it too terribly much because, I mean, motherfuckers are going to be voted out here before too terribly long, so it's not really that big of a deal. You get enough people. You guys show up in November, they'll go ahead and remove them. They'll go for everybody. Mike Johnson himself said that it won't just be a matter of going up for impeachment. It'll be a matter of putting these people behind bars. Mike Johnson himself said that. He's like, no, I'll take care of you. You know, we're going to win the midterms. They're not going to win the midterms. It's going to be awful. But anyways, let's see here. $1.99 from the prototype says, all right. Holes, queefs, squeaks, beans, and Aaron screw-ups. Nice. There's a lot of stuff going on this chat. Jesus Christ. Prototype. All right. Fresh from Florida says, my priest cuddles me to the point of queef for tithing. Oh. Oh. Why? You should probably leave that church, man. I'm just telling you. Godmind, $5, says, the prophet Esdras is the one reason I became an atheist. He asked God to help the people of Israel, and God gave him tasks instead. Yeah, so I had that pulled up for quite some time. I was trying to figure out exactly what you were really getting at, but I mean, I can get it. I can get how you could come to like possibly like a deconstruction, you know, through that lens or something. Like I can understand that to some extent. Yeah, I can get that. But anyways, but yeah, I can understand that there, Godmind. I can get that. All right, yes, Bible Libel. Yes, Bible Libel will be at 9 p.m. Central on Sunday night. Thank you, Haji. 9 p.m. Central on Sunday night, Bible Libel with myself, Matthew, my co-author, and Christina the Godless. Christina the Godless is also there. Here before too terribly long, it'll be hosted by her, but I think it's still going to be hosted by myself. But make sure that you're following Christina the Godless. Don't worry about following Matthew. He's not important. But that being said, yeah, it'll be on this channel at 9 p.m. Central on Sunday night. We're going to go over we usually go over like 4 or 5 different questions. We spin a wheel. We don't even know what we're going to go over, but it's questions about the Bible that you never wanted to ask your teacher. You probably never even thought about asking any of your teachers. But yeah, it's definitely a lot of fun, and it's very irreverent for those of you who are nasty. Anyways, not the Father Matthew slander. Okay. Yes. Bless you, Matt. Bless me, Matthew, for I have sinned. All right. Does the Holy Spirit have a dong? Like that kind of question. All right. The Matt slander will not be tolerated. He honestly loves it. Yeah. I think he thrives on it. Ooh, we are going to be making some content today. It's going to be fun. And by that, I mean like we've got some content for members over there on YouTube and TikTok that we're going to be uploading, and it's going to be interesting. It's going to be very different from what we normally do. We are going to be going over some weird news stories that have happened over the last week to the last month, sometime in the last month. And it's going to be weird. And I am, how would I say this? I'm not going to prepare myself, sort of kind of like Bible Libel. We're going to go over some things. So I'll be posting that video here before today on there. $1.99 from Anita Dick in my, and then as, Father forgive them for they know, Father forgive them for they do not know I queefed. You know, it's only a matter of fucking time before the Q word shows up in one of the questions that Christine the Godless has put onto the list for Bible Libel. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. Sometimes I hate my friends. And I wonder, are they even friends? And then I know they're fucking with me because they're definitely friends. And then I cry profusely. All right. Let's see. Happy birthday. No, JJ, stop it. Tinker Balls said host is hot. Me? No, not me. You're talking about Cerebus. We're talking about Cerebus. Look at this guy. Wood. Actually, stone. All right. Let's see here. Oh, sure. Jerry, you know her kid. I'm all right. All right. No, it's not, Emily. No, it's not. Okay. Pharaoh Hondry. Pharaoh Hondry. Do I have a sound for Pharaoh Hondry? Here, I gotta have like some kind of a. Here. Jesus Christ. Maybe this one. We'll go with that. It's called Prince of Egypt, so I figured that would be okay. But anyways, let's see. It's just hashtag enemies to lovers. Whoa, that is one way to solve the issue. It's actually not the sound I wanted, but whatever. Let's see. $10. Oh, thank you very much. $10 from Polenta Forest said, oh, God. All right. Freddie Queefer, A Nightmare on Queef Street. We're going to run out of films to just put the keyword into. What's funny is that she spells it with a K. That's kind of interesting. It's like Mortal Kombat or something like that. Man. Tracy, formerly Ianto, says, for $1.99 says, dude, you are gorgeous. Oh, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I don't know how to take compliments like that. I barely know how to take compliments when people say, "Oh, the book is good." I'm like, "Oh, thank you," and I just kind of just sit there. But like for compliments like that, like what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? I feel like just going, but I feel like everybody else wants me to go, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to do either of those. All right, $4.99 from Ninhotep says you should do the prompt. There's no proof of the erection for Jesus not existing. All right. Yeah, maybe on like April 1st or something like that. Okay. The NAS says you're now known as the cute guy on TikTok. Great. All right. You are a handsome man. Just say thank you. Thank you. I think I do have a sound for thank you. Pretty sure I do. Wait, I know I do.
Thank you for your patronage.
There you go.
Plan by the push gwingish go get a quindrobble, Santa Cilio go.
When the fuck did we get ice cream?
Okay. All right. $1.99 from Elope Nope says, all caps, as a straight white male, you are gorgeous. Wait, you're saying you're saying that as a straight or I
don't know what any of this shit is, and I'm fucking scared.
All right, we're moving on. Moving on. All right, so no, hopefully this person connects. Otherwise, here before if only he was a femboy. Who, me or Elope Nope? Poke on those doors.
Where are you?
Come on, CG Squatch. You there? You connecting? You there, buddy? You there?
I'll be back.
Gotta have the melanin in my tea. That kind of sounds gross. Like, just in general. Not like just melanin, but like putting it somehow into tea. Like, melatonin. All right. He's requesting back. Hopefully he can connect this time. Get G-noted.
God be praised.
I'm trying to bring this person up. It's saying they connected on my phone, but it won't say they connected here on the computer, which is weird. It's only a model. That is. I like that. All right. CG Squatch.
Yes.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah!
All right then.
Okay!
So why do you say that Jesus and Paul never existed?
Because they don't line up with the first century, like some of their stories and whatnot.
All right. So I've heard some of your stuff before, and I'm just gonna, the Bible you don't agree with, right? So I can't say, well, I believe they existed because the New Testament said they did.
Do I know who you are?
I don't believe so. Maybe.
Is this a fake account?
No, CG Squats. It's my name is Derek. I'm not. It's a real account.
Oh, okay. You don't have like another account where you talk about other stuff?
No, I don't have this is the only account, I guess.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, anyways, keep going. Wait, what you got for us, man? It just no. It's not that it sounds like Sean. It kind of sounds like Sean Connery, but no. It's not. It's not. You kind of sound like Sean Connery a little bit. That's a compliment, I guess. But it kind of sounded a little bit like oh, what's his name? Oh, damn it. He's the guy that talks about the shroud all the time. I can't remember.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. Anyways, Bane. All that matters is our plan. Anyways, keep going. What you got, man? What you got?
The New Testament.
Mhm.
That if I say I believe it because the New Testament says so.
Wait, are you saying that?
That would be my my first, I guess, argument against you. If to prove you wrong, if I were to say because the New Testament says that Jesus and Paul existed, why do you say that's not an adequate enough answer?
Because the New Testament said it? Because, I mean, the New Testament itself, like, you'd have to corroborate it with something else. Otherwise, we'd be able to say the Book of Mormon says that it's the truest book on the planet, even truer than the Bible. So, I mean, I guess because the book says it, it's true?
Okay. All right, with the account of Jesus, you know, you got Josephus wrote about it, and so if he wrote about him, okay, all right.
Yeah.
What is your
in the
reason?
last 30 days, I guess 30 days, 57 people before you have brought up Josephus, and they haven't really got anywhere. And I've been able to show that that is not good evidence for Jesus.
What's
So
the evidence?
I'm sure the 58th. Sure, the 58th will be the one. This will be the one. Lucky number 58, huh?
No, just tell me why that
Oh,
doesn't.
okay, because it's interpolated into. Josephus is added to by later Christians. Eusebius says, let us now make use of Josephus the Jew there in the early 4th century. And then he gives us the Testimonium Flavianum for the first time ever.
All right, so that's fine, and I'm sure you have that because I look behind you there, and if you move your hat, I see you got Tacticus. You probably got Pliny the Smaller.
Actually, Pliny the Younger is not on here. People don't bring him up a lot, believe it or not. Every once in a while they do. But Pliny the Younger, so he doesn't say anything about Jesus, really. He doesn't say the name Jesus, and he doesn't say anything from the New Testament. Doesn't even say that Jesus is a man, or Christ, the Christ that the Christians worship is a man. By the way, I can't hear you if you're off the app. It looks like you're off the app. So if you can hear me, I just can't hear you if you're still talking.
All right, yeah, I got you. Just hold on 1 second.
It's bigger. Look at you. All right.
You hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Pliny the Younger, and he wrote something that's called like Book 10.
Yeah.
But in
Book 10, letter 96. Yeah.
Yeah, when he writes about they get together and they sing hymns to the Christ.
To Christ, yeah.
Yeah. Meaning that there
Okay.
was the Christ. All right. So
yeah,
does
Christ
that
is a
not-
title.
there
It's
was-
not a name.
Well, that's all right. You're you're correct. But
so
now,
different gods and people were referred to as
No.
Christ back then.
Well, in that context, he was speaking of, them that got together were singing hymns to the Christ. That was Jesus Christ that they
No,
were
it doesn't. Does
referring.
it say Jesus at all? Does it say that he was crucified or anything like that? Does it say anything about that Christ? The cowboy, Jesus Christ. This is an open book test at this point.
It's all fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
All right. Anyways, I don't know what to do with this guy here. I have no idea. It's a riveting conversation. I think I'd probably go rather count rivets. But anyways, does anybody have any evidence for Jesus or Paul that you want to come up here and help this guy out here? Okay, CG, what'd you find there?
Right. Yeah, I mean, everything I find, I'm not going to be able to collaborate it back. All right, so how about there is over half the population of the entire, Earth.
No.
Believe that Jesus, believe that Jesus did exist. That has nothing to do with
Less than
anything.
half of them believe that he was crucified.
No, you didn't say that. You asked if Jesus existed.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
well, that's because Islam is an offshoot of Christianity, and Christianity colonized the world. Okay. What does that have to do with anything? At a certain point before Christianity, just about everybody in the Roman Empire believed in Jupiter. So does that mean Jupiter is a real god?
No.
Okay, they believed in Heracles, like Hercules. Does that mean Hercules was real?
That was all mythology.
Yeah, okay. So whenever a bunch of people believe something that you don't like, it's called mythology. But whenever a bunch of people believe something that you do like, it's called real.
When they spoke of Hercules and Zeus and things of that nature back then, it was in a mythological context. And it's even written.
No, it wasn't. Josephus mentions Hercules as if he was a real person. Did you know that?
All right, dude.
Josephus mentions Hercules at the beginning of the same book you tried to appeal to for Jesus. And he left. All right.
Now that's what I call a Texas barbecue.
All right. Well. Okay. I think that's pretty much it. Like, I don't... Anything else? Other than Timu Oakdale Curtis that you guys want to hear from?
I like turtles.
Shut up.
Oh, my.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
All right. Texas barbecue, too. Nice. It felt like a 2-hour conversation. That guy was up here. How long was he up here for? It did feel like 2 hours. Motherfucker was up here for 10 minutes and 5 seconds. And a good like 30 seconds of that was like him fiddling around with his phone trying to actually connect. Boopet. No you.
Shut up.
I don't know why I even have that button. I have no idea. Okay. Corny. All right. Is there anybody else? I don't know if anybody else is up here or not. Yeah, Hanji in the chat calling me a cornball. Ridiculous. Oh. All right. Rapid pool repair. What you got?
Oh, man, I'm on, man. I appreciate you taking my call. I think your name's Jaren, correct?
It's actually pronounced Jorka, but okay. What you got?
Hey, however it is, my apologies, man. I want to be as respectful as I can be to you for sure. Yeah, so I've been listening to quite a bit of you, and you pose some very compelling arguments, and I respect you being a data analyst, scientist, and all that stuff that you are. But there's one thing that sticks out about Jesus and Paul and the reliability of the New Testament that you haven't covered.
Okay.
And that is the testimony of a believer, and that they have a story or testimony, if you will, that's what it's called in Christianity, of how they have become a Christian. And they say it's nothing of themselves, it's God, because it leads them to desires that they wouldn't have, and behave in a certain manner that they wouldn't have, like getting up and reading the Bible every morning, going to church every Sunday. Those are things that.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Man, or as the Bible would call it, the flesh.
So first of all, your connection's bad, but are you saying like Christians today their testimony?
Yeah, like a testimony of a believer, like you're
Oh, I thought you were like maybe referring to somebody who gave their testimony back, and that. What on earth does that have to do with 2,000 years ago, man? Because you could use that same argument for Mormonism and Islam. You could use it for Hinduism.
Oh no, that would be great. That'd be great to talk about too. So I'm gonna tell you why, because their story, although a lot of new Christians don't have a lot of biblical knowledge, a lot of atheists have more biblical knowledge than a new Christian, their story aligns with the transformed life of a believer as the Bible describes it. And
yeah, so does the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon says that your life will be changed as well.
It does. So the Book of Mormon.
Okay, so does that mean that the Book of Mormon is true?
Mormon missionaries, no, but here's the problem with that.
Yeah, it's that it's not your religion. That's the problem. So your religion gets a pass. It's called special pleading.
No, sir. It's actually they're not holding to an authority. They're saying
again, that's special pleading. Why do you require that it has to be holding to an authority?
Because they're trying to claim their religion is what Jesus wants for your life.
Okay.
When I know you hold on. You discredit the Bible. However, they are saying
so do they.
that it is right, but when they're explaining it to you, they say it's the fulfillment of the Bible, but there's nowhere. Like they're pulling that out of their rear end, as like you're kind of talking about.
And you're pulling your belief out of your rear end whenever you're talking about, hey, these people's lives have been changed when by specifically something that's real, when other people can say that their lives have been changed by other religions that you would say is not real.
Hold on.
So again, what is the evidence for Jesus or Paul 2,000 years ago? Or I'm going to have to let you go because it sounds like you've been listening, but you come up here and you start talking about stuff that doesn't have anything to do with 2,000 years ago. Because the Bible does not say that, oh, hey, the guy whose TikTok username is Rapid Pool Repair is somehow going to be or have a transformed life. The Bible is just simply saying that Jesus, like the New Testament is saying that Jesus existed 2,000 years ago. It tries to tell you exactly when it happens. It tries to tell you who was in charge, who was reigning whenever Jesus was born in two different Gospels. So it's pretty clearly trying to talk about the past. I want evidence for that. I don't care about whether or not you think that Jesus healed you, saved you, or jerked you off yesterday. I don't care. I hope it wasn't in a pool. But nevertheless,
you don't have You don't have to be vulgar because
I'm not
you
being
hate
vulgar.
Christianity.
I'm saying
That
if that
is,
happens to you, that's
if you're
great.
being-
But that's not what we're talking about. I
Like, if
wouldn't
you're
be
trying to be
vulgar if you
ignorant-
didn't. If you had stayed on topic and talked about Jesus 2,000 years ago, as opposed to today, I wouldn't have to even make a comment about what Jesus is doing to your dick yesterday. I don't care about
Because-
that.
See, if you're not mad at Christianity, you
I'm
can
not
talk
mad at
about
Christianity. I'm just trying to talk about the topic. I'm not mad at all. I'm just
So-
wanting you to stay on topic.
Well, you're searching for evidence that
Yes.
God does not have to give you.
I'm not talking
because
about
we have
God.
the-
I'm not talking about God. Where
Okay,
where
well,
are
in the
you
Chri- in the
inserting
Christian-
magic into this?
It's not magic. It's supernatural, but it's not magic.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's just you call it something different. Again, special pleading. This is just kind of what you've done this entire conversation is you've said whenever something is something that belongs to me, it
No,
is
I'm
something
saying,
different.
how does your
I have
evidence-
authority, other religions don't. I have
So
something that
how
actually
does your
backs up my belief
evidence-
of how I changed my life. They don't. I have supernatural things like miracles. They don't.
Okay,
That's
so
just
how
special
does
pleading.
your evidence-
Please provide
Well-
evidence for Jesus or Paul 2,000 years ago or GTFO.
Okay, how does your evidence
My
take
evidence?
away from the life of a Christian? How does your evidence take that away?
I'm not
Because
trying
that-
to take the life of a
that
Christian
is the
away. That's
evidence-
literally what I'm trying to tell you.
That-
I
that
don't
is the
care about your
evidence-
life. That's
the
not
evidence
what I'm
of
talking
Christian-
about.
The evidence of Christianity, Jesus, Paul, or however you want to term it, it all goes into the New Testament scriptures.
Sweet.
Is
Okay,
the-
how do you
is
know
the
that they
evidence-
existed?
Because you can see a life consistent with the New Testament scriptures and what the life of a
Sweet.
believer.
Okay, how do you know that they
looks like.
existed? I don't care about a believer today. How do you know they
Because you
existed
can
2,000 years
see-
ago?
You can see their work today. Go to any Bible believing church and see what.
He literally doesn't understand anything. That was painful. Painful to listen to. Painful to listen to. Fucking brain was nothing more than a Ziploc baggie filled with gravy and batteries. And not even good gravy. Madge. They didn't put the entire magic. All right. It was a nightmare. Oh, yeah. Good batteries? Half dead, half used. Rayovac. Add to the list. Like extra. Oh, well, thank you, Dr. Jim. Thank you. I'm now saying thank you. All right. Well, that's about it for me. That's about all she wrote. Super chat over there really fast. $4.99 from a Lope Nope says magic, but he put the thing there. Here, let me see if I can put it there. Yeah, like magic. There we go. Play the sound 3 times for the mass queef effect on mermaids. What does that even mean? What? I'd have to play that. And one more time? I don't understand any of this.
I don't know what any of this shit is, and I'm fucking scared.
Okay. So there you go. And thank you very much, me love Loosh. Thank you. All right. I will Pacer schedule just got released. Hell yeah. I gotta go check it out. All right. So thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. I will see you guys later. Yeah, that's about it. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. Peace out. Over there on YouTube, thank you very, very much for stopping by. Matthew and I are actually going to be filming later today some new content for any members. So make sure to not only subscribe, but to possibly become a member there. There's 2 different membership levels. I think it's $2.99 and $5.99. You can definitely check that out if you like. Either one is going to get you the membership content. The $5.99 one that just gets you access to any other videos that we have before anybody else. And there's also some other stuff as well that's thrown in there, and we're gonna try to come up with some more stuff. But anyways, I will see you guys later. Oh, thank you very much. $5 there from Joshua Scotland. Thank you. But again, I will see you guys tomorrow about 9:30 Central in the morning. Remember that Bible Libel is 9 p.m. on Sunday night, but it's over on TikTok. It is only on TikTok. It's not on YouTube, so make sure to hit that link. The link to the TikTok is actually in the YouTube profile as well. So you can check that out. Anyways, I will see you guys later. You've been you, and you have been Tube. I have just been CBJ. Thanks.